what you owe to the IRS, generous and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 five-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Click this link now to review my bank transfer. I didn't make a bank transfer. Ugh, another phishing message. Are you frustrated by these too? So much of our lives are online today. To make sure my information is protected, I checked out CISA's Secure Our World resources. They've got 4 simple ways we can stay safe online. First, learn to recognize and report phishing. Next, create a strong, unique password for each online account, and use a password manager if you can. Then turn on multi-factor authentication for extra security, and you'll receive a code when logging in. And finally, turn on automatic software updates for convenience and safety. Click here to track my delivery. Another phishing message. But now I know how to protect myself from scammers, and you can learn too. Go to CISA at cisa.gov/Secure Our World for more quick, easy tips to be safer online.
Hey, this is Jimmy Fallon in the house, and dig this, folks. This is not a drill. It's the real thing. You can now join me weeknights from 7 to 10 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT or anywhere on the free Odyssey app.
I'm Liz Clayman, and this is the Fox Business Report.
When the abbreviated Thanksgiving holiday trading week begins later this morning, the markets will be looking to continue the momentum from the end of last week. The Dow was up 426 points on Friday to close at more than 44,323, a new record high and the 44th of the year for the Dow. The S&P 500 was up 21, the NASDAQ was up 31. All 3 indices are up more than 4.5% so far in November. Also on Friday, President-elect Donald Trump announced he's chosen money manager Scott Bessent, who's an advocate for deficit reduction and deregulation, to become the next Treasury Secretary. Major data reports this week include the latest consumer confidence and new home sales numbers. That will come tomorrow. And the weekly unemployment numbers and the personal consumption expenditures index comes on Wednesday. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Kevin Uretsky, invested in you.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
He's not a household name, at least not yet, but an Italian teenager born in London is about to become a saint. Pope Francis confirming recently that it will happen next April. Carlo Acutis will be canonized, the first millennial saint. He died of leukemia in 2006 when he was just 15 years old. His mother, Antonia, telling Fox News,
Carlo used to say that death, we don't have to be scared about death. Death is the passage to the true life. Life. We are like caterpillar, we have to become butterfly.
Acutis will be the patron saint of the internet. After teaching himself coding, he launched a website to research and document Eucharistic miracles. And following his death, at least 2 healing miracles have been attributed to Acutis. He'll join the pantheon of saints dating back centuries and inspiring the faithful.
I think the relic of a saint has great power and meaning for us because somehow it's like a physical connection to this once living human being, this person.
Iconic filmmaker Martin Scorsese.
It can keep reawakening the impulse that is our faith.
He explores the lives of 8 of the most famous saints in the Fox Nation series Martin Scorsese Presents The Saints, beginning with one who, like Acutis, was just a teenager.
First of all, I think most people don't know who Joan of Arc is. And certainly Catholics of a certain tradition or following of their faith, mostly through their parents or grandparents, have heard of her.
Theologian Jonathan Morris is a Fox News contributor.
But how many people would be able to tell her story? Mm-hmm. And Martin Scorsese does that. He narrates her story and all of these saints, and he does it from a perspective which I think is very interesting of both personal love, I would say even more than devotion, but love, and a history, faithfulness. So he's really looking at, as a filmmaker, he's looking at what happened. What exactly happened in her life, and why was she so special?
And that also takes it from the angle of these are actually real people who go on to do these extraordinary things and driven by faith.
Yeah, real people, meaning also very human. And a lot of these people that he is highlighting today would be looked at as pretty crazy. I would say not only crazy, but also as sinners. The saints, from the Catholic perspective, are not. They're certainly not divine, and Martin Scorsese makes that very clear. These are not divine beings; these are human beings who have chosen a way of holiness despite their own frailty and even despite their own sinfulness, meaning making mistakes, choosing to use your willpower for bad instead of for good. So I love the human element that he brings out, and also just great filmmaking.
And that's an important distinction, because once someone is made a saint, it has that divine, ring to it, if you will. So it's important to remember that they are human. I do want to mention Joan of Arc's the first episode. The second is John the Baptist. And he, too, is a well-known figure to some, at least by name, very important figure in the Bible. But again, this is a much deeper look.
It is, and it's, watching it again today, the first episode, and then beginning the second episode, I was struck by, why is this interesting to me? Number one, it's because Martin Scorsese is arguably the greatest filmmaker living today. Maybe some people could argue there's one or two others, but he's one of the greatest, right, living today. Number two is he's doing this with authenticity. He's 80. He's up there. Okay, he's in a second, the back nine of his golf game, I would say, and he's choosing to use his talent and unite that, marry that with his passion, his interests. That's a luxury, but it's also a luxury that he's passing on to us, that we get to watch his filmmaking from a place of inspiration.
Scorsese says faith has always been central in his life, but that faith is also a question, because we can never really know how we got here. So he says faith and doubt are inseparable. Do you think it's that way for many people, Christians and of other faiths? And how do we deal with that to keep the faith?
Yeah, I remember, he did The Last Temptation of Christ, right? Scorsese. And I was horrified by that, right? At the time. I haven't gone back to look at it with some perspective, but he definitely has pushed in his filmmaking. He's the kind of the edge of that relationship of faith and doubt. And that's authentic. That's authentic. And that's why I think it's fun to watch him do this now. So he has always loved the saints. He said it was a big part of his childhood because he liked the narrative, the story, the superhero from a religious or from a spiritual perspective. But now he's doing that also with the authenticity of maturity. Saying, I've had my faith, I've had my doubts. And we see that in the saints right now, authenticity, not trying to push an agenda, not trying to convert people. And that's why I would say Protestants who are not used to like the saints, or that's kind of sounds like, ooh, those are a Catholic thing. They worship the saints. Catholics don't worship saints, and or they shouldn't. But Scorsese says, like, look at this person's life. That's fascinating. And it's a holy person.
Sainthood isn't just some ancient ritual in the Catholic Church. Canonization, the process of becoming a saint, still happens today, right? What is required and how long does it take?
It takes longer now, almost always, and I think it's a very good thing. The Church is very cautious to make sure that they don't proclaim somebody a saint. Like, this is a person worthwhile following their footsteps toward God, until they really have gone deep into the investigation of their life because they don't want anything deeply untoward coming out. And so there is a process. Sometimes it takes hundreds of years. Sometimes it takes 50 years. And it's a deep investigation of the person's life. Then it's also seeing whether there's people who have naturally gravitated to that person as an example of saintly life. And then there's an element also of the miraculous nature. So they need 2 miracles attributed to that person to say that when they ask that person, that saint, or future saint to intercede before God for their need, that need was granted through the intercession of that saint or of that holy person.
So a difficult process as it should be.
Yes, yes, definitely. John Paul II, I don't know if you remember this, at his death, John Paul II, Pope John Paul II, beloved by Catholics and non-Catholics, and he was the Pope for, I think, almost 25 years. And people loved him, and at his funeral, people started chanting. I was there. They started chanting Santo Subito, meaning in Italian, that means like, make him a saint right now. And they did accelerate his sainthood process. I think it was a bad idea, honestly, because we're living in a different age in which information comes out very quickly through social media, etc. Let's give it time and make sure that this person's life is truly worth emulating.
It is, getting back to the original point about these saints in this Scorsese project, emphasizing, the human parts of them. It's kind of amazing that there's any process at all to make anyone a saint when it really, comes down to it. I mean, do you think it is important to call more attention to the journey of saints in general?
Yeah, I think, it used to be just kind of the vox populi, like the voice of the people that would just proclaim somebody a saint, and there wasn't a process, right? It was just somebody who might have given their lives to serving the poor, the elderly, and for their entire life, and then all of a sudden the people from that local area would say, wow, that person was holy, I want to be like them, and let me ask for their intercession, just like you would ask for a friend, would you pray for me? You're probably going to ask somebody who you think is kind of holy, right? Would you please pray for me? It's like you're kind of close to God, and so that's how sainthood really took place for the first many centuries of the church.
I wanted to get your take on something else that Martin Scorsese said, that anyone can make fun of Christianity today in a way they would not be able to do about other religions. I know people still turn to you for guidance and comfort. Are you hearing more of a struggle to keep the faith today, or are you hearing, the faithful being more guarded about admitting their beliefs?
I would say yes to both of those things, right? That it is harder to live out your faith, and people are more guarded because they're afraid of being maybe labeled a bigot or somebody who's like stuck in their own ways. I had a conversation with my mother. I was just visiting them in Ohio this week rather, and she was saying, "Oh, it's terrible. They've taken God out of the schools." And I said, "Yeah, it's true." But I said, I have a son now who's in a non-religious school, and I don't want those teachers to be teaching my children about God because I have no idea if they believe. I have no idea. I don't want them to be pushing anything. Just teach them how to read, to write, teach them how to be like an engineer, an architect, and I will make sure that they get that faith from someplace else.
Any parting thoughts for believers who are wrestling with that tug of war between faith and doubt?
Fill your life with things that inspire you, and Martin Scorsese's The Saints is one of those. We need lots of them. And when you get a chance to have inspiration, great film, and authenticity, from a historical perspective, take advantage of it. I think Fox Nation is $4.95 a month if you get it for a year. That's pretty darn good. If you it's paying $60 to get inspiration, to get history, and to get Martin Scorsese's film. That's pretty awesome.
Well, streaming now on Fox Nation, the first few episodes of Martin Scorsese Presents The Saints. Theologian and Fox News contributor Jonathan Morris, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Lisa.
Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Did you know that more strokes occur between November and February than any other 4-month period? The holidays can be a time of stress, disrupted routines, and overindulgence. But this holiday season, you can do something so easy to manage your heart health at home. Between doctor's visits, even while traveling, KardioMobile 6L is a small medical-grade personal EKG device that records right to your phone. My dad has one. He loves it. It records 6 lead EKGs. That's more than any smartwatch. And it's FDA cleared to detect AFib, a leading cause of stroke. Now, you're probably thinking, who can afford that? The answer is you can. This device records more heart data than any smartwatch, but at a fraction of the cost. And now, for a limited time, you can get the KardioMobile 6L for its lowest price ever, just $99. There's no better gift for yourself or your loved ones this holiday season. And just for $99, there's no better time. Go to Kardia.com, that's KARDIA.com, or Amazon, and order your KardioMobile 6L today. Sponsored by AliveCor.
Hello, everyone. This is your favorite president, Donald J. Trump, with some very exciting news. Remember, my gold sneakers, they went like crazy. Everybody's talking about them. They're still talking about them. People went wild for them, and that's good. They sold out in a matter of hours. So get my new Trump sneakers and don't miss out.
Hey, everyone. Yes, you heard that right. President Donald J. Trump has released a limited number of gold low-top sneakers. These Trump sneakers won't last long. Don't miss out like last time. Don't get shut out. Go to GetTrumpSneakers.com to get your gold Trump sneakers. That's GetTrumpSneakers.com. See GetTrumpSneakers.com for details. That's GetTrumpSneakers.com. It's an easy URL to remember. That's GetTrumpSneakers.com.
Go to GetTrumpSneakers.com for our Black Friday sale going on now.
Paid for by 45 Footwear, LLC.
This is Dr. Marianne Ritchie, your radio doctor. Every Saturday afternoon at 5, I talk with doctors and medical specialists from around the country to discuss the latest information about heart disease, cancer prevention, topics in women's health, pediatrics, mental health, and more. Then you can make better decisions for yourself and your loved ones. Your radio doctor, Saturdays at 5, here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, because your health is your wealth.
Want to grow your savings even when interest rates drop? Open a First Harvest Credit Union 7-month certificate online and earn 3.5% annual percentage yield. Visit firstharvestcu.com/online exclusives to learn more about this online-only offer and our other savings options with amazing rates like our 15 and 24-month certificates to lock in higher earnings. First Harvest Credit Union, serving the Delaware Valley for over 84 years. Membership restrictions apply. Insured by NCUA.
Howard Eskin here, and get game day ready at your local PA Fine Wine and Good Spirit store with the original Jack Daniel's Tennessee Whiskey for $3 off 750 milliliters and $2 off Jack Daniel's Fire, Honey, and Apple 750s, or a 4-pack of Jack and Coke or Jack and Coke Zero Sugar, now ready to drink in a can for $1 off. Jack Daniel's, born for the tailgate, and please drink responsibly.
Whiskey specialty, 7% ABV. Jack Daniel's Distillery, Lynchburg, Tennessee. Jack Daniel's and all the registered trademarks of Jack Daniel's Properties, Inc. Coca-Cola is a registered trademark of the Coca-Cola Company.
At PGW, safety is essential to delivering clean, reliable natural gas to Philadelphia homes and businesses. If you smell gas, call PGW at 215-235-1212. Download the free Upside app and earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code RADIO for an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first fill-up. That's promo code RADIO.
Giving blood is easy. It only takes about an hour, and a single donation can help save up to 3 lives. Donate now. Call 1-800-RED-CROSS or redcrossblood.org.
Fox News, I'm Sue Gussman. At least one person is dead after a DHL cargo plane crashed and skidded into a home on approach to an airport in Lithuania's capital.
12 people were reportedly inside the home the plane crashed into. All were able to get out safely, and the flight tracking data shows the Boeing 737 was flying from Germany. Investigators are now working to try and figure out what caused the crash.
Fox's Ashley Strohmeyer with choices named for President-elect Donald Trump's cabinet positions. Next comes the confirmation election. Here's Fox's Brian Yanis.
Republican Senators Ron Johnson and Eric Schmidt are expressing confidence that these cabinet picks will make it through the Senate controlled by Republicans with 53 seats, even the more controversial pick.
And the Israeli prime minister says Hezbollah ceasefire deal could come within days to end the fighting. America's listening to Fox News.
This is the Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
Is the Lions-Chiefs Super Bowl inevitable? On Sunday, the Lions routed the Colts 24-6 while the Chiefs got a field goal on the final play to clip Carolina 30-27. Detroit 10-1 for the first time since 1934. Kansas City 10-1 for the first time since 2020. Major League Soccer's conference finals set. It'll be New York Red Bull and Orlando in the East and the LA Galaxy and Seattle in the West. And the streak is over. The 5th-ranked UCLA women's basketball team knocked off number 1 South Carolina 77-62, snapping the Gamecocks' 43-game win streak that dated back to the 2023 Final Four when Caitlin Clark in Iowa ended their season. That's your sports on the Fox News Rundown. Tim McMaster, Fox News.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. The government's debt load is now seen as the biggest risk to financial stability, outweighing persistent inflation in a semi-annual Federal Reserve survey. More than half of the respondents, 54%, cited fiscal debt sustainability as a big risk, up from 40% just half a year ago. Number 2, escalating tensions in the Middle East, along with policy uncertainty. Investors this week are looking ahead to a bunch of inflation data. If inflation is as expected or lower, investors could get excited about another possible rate cut from the Fed next month. And the surging price of NVIDIA shares creating a challenge for the CEO's charitable foundation. The Jensen and Lori Wang Foundation saw assets consisting of mostly NVIDIA shares more than triple to $3.4 billion at the end of last year. And to account for the growth, the foundation will have to give away at least $120 million this year. That's double last year's level. Denise Pellegrini, Bloomberg Radio.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Nice run. It's great being back out on the mountain. You sort of disappeared for a while. Everything okay?
Between you and me, it was lower testosterone.
Lower T?
Yeah, the doc told me once you hit 40, your body has less free testosterone, and that can make it harder to stay in shape. That's why I started taking Nugenix Total T. It's made a huge difference.
Oh, I've seen that on TV. Is it for real?
For sure. It's the #1 doctor-recommended testosterone booster. It boosts free and total testosterone levels to help you get back the drive and energy from your youth. My wife, my boss, my kids, everyone has noticed a change in me.
Do they still give out complimentary bottles for people to try for themselves?
Yes, just send them a text.
Guys, text HATCH to 321-321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. Nugenix is the #1 selling testosterone brand at GNC and Walmart. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help you get back in shape fast, absolutely free. Text HATCH to 321-321. That's HATCH to 321-321.
There's a chill in the air. You flip on the heat, and nothing. And why does it always happen right after you've finally gotten cozy? For as little as $13 a month, Oliver will keep your home's heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical systems in check year-round. And guess what? Membership also comes with yearly inspections, exclusive discounts on repairs and replacements, plus priority emergency service.
Call Oliver for all of your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs.
Virtua Health, real patients, real doctors, real complex cases. Take one.
I received a kidney transplant at Virtual Health.
Transplants are some of the most complex procedures in medicine.
I thank them for keeping me alive.
We are the only transplant center in South Jersey.
And Virtua is one of the best centers in the country for minimally invasive orthopedic surgery.
I had the hip replacement of the future. I'm back, baby.
Want to follow our stories? Go to virtua.org. Virtua Health, here for good.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-700-6898. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898 or biglou.com.
The only thing worse than hiring no law firm after your injury is hiring the wrong law firm. And there are so many of them. When thousands of people call us every year asking to help them change law firms and hire us instead, I wonder why they ever called the other firm in the first place. They were smart to switch before it was too late. You only get one day in court. You know who has the resources and results to fight to handle your claim. And the big insurance company on the other side, they know it too. They know us well. You have to know when to hold them, know when to fold them, and know when to walk away. Walk our way. When you're fighting to get what you deserve, it's go big or go home. We are big for a reason, which is why we've recovered over $9 billion for our clients. When it comes to law, size matters. We're America's largest injury law firm, Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
If you're living with dry age-related macular degeneration or dry AMD, you may be at risk for developing geographic atrophy or GA. GA can be unpredictable and progress rapidly, leading to irreversible vision loss. Now there's something you can do to
slow it down and get it going slower.
Izervay is proven to slow GA progression.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Izervay or avacincaptad pagel is a prescription eye injection used to treat GA. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may temporarily increase eye pressure. Your vision may be impaired after an eye injection or exam. Don't delay. Ask your doctor about Izervay today.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Visit Izervay.com. That's IZERVAY.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call
800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
See Joe Conklin at Parks Casino with the world-renowned City Rhythm Orchestra for a special Conklin's Comedy Night Christmas show. Thursday nights, December 5th and 19th.
All I want is to ride on a one-horse open sleigh.
'Twas the night before Christmas, and all through the house there were no presents for Jerry Jones, 'cause he's such a louse.
It's Conklin's Comedy Night Christmas show with City Rhythm at Parks Casino, December 5th and 19th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com.
joeconklin.com!
This football season, get yourself a win
by losing. Call NJ Diet today and you will lose 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days, contractually guaranteed. You'll shock family during holiday get-togethers, and more importantly, your doctor should finally be able to give you good news about your blood work. Not only that, but losing weight is linked to help boosting low T. Best of all, there are no shots or nasty side effects. Call today, 855-5NJ-DIET, or go to njdiet.com.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Live and local from Philadelphia. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on this Monday, November 25th. It is indeed Kayal and Company, right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We are always live on the free Odyssey app, and of course, streaming live for your video viewing pleasure on YouTube as we head until 10 o'clock this morning. 855-839-1210, the phone number. On social media at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal, Kayal. Don Stenslin with the news. Greg Stocker, the chairman of the board. Phil Almquist, Jimmy Kelly, our associate producers. On a day in which I actually believe I just saw Saquon Barkley run right down the hallway here. He's still running.
Woohoo!
I feel for him. Dawn, good morning. How are you?
Good morning.
What
Happy
game
Monday.
that was?
Happy Eagles.
Yeah.
Eagles.
Yes, let me find that on my board here. Here we go.
The Eagles.
The Eagles. Thank you, John Fetterman. Gregory, how are you?
I'm way more interested in will Elon Musk be buying MSNBC.
What a story.
Man.
What a
That would be
story. Mm-hmm. Now look, I mean, it's a tweet, but he did the same thing years ago.
Yeah.
Did the same thing years ago with X.
2017.
How much was it?
Amazing. That tweet was like, you should buy. It started with him saying, I love Twitter.
Mm-hmm.
And somebody's like, you should buy it.
Right.
And then he says, how much does it cost?
Yeah. Probably going to be. Yeah, I'll tell you this much, and I know we'll get into it at the bottom of the hour. I think MSNBC probably will go for a lot cheaper than what Twitter did.
There's no question in my mind.
Just
that
a
it will.
guess.
Yeah.
Just a guess.
Yep.
Oh, God, we got some good stuff to get to today. Trump and Thanksgiving, Elon and MSNBC. Also, Donald Trump's liberal yet ideologically diverse cabinet.
Oh.
We'll get into that today.
Oh, what could you mean, Nick Kayal?
What do you mean diverse?
What could you mean? What could you mean?
Yeah.
Is there? Oh, okay. I'm not going to spoil it, but okay.
Very interesting story.
Is somebody who used to work for the boogeyman now a member of the cabinet?
Dun, dun, dun.
I heard.
That's the part you like.
I heard that he was going to change everything about Odyssey and all that stuff.
Oh,
okay.
oh.
Okay. I understand now.
Okay.
All right. Okay.
We'll talk about it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Also, blue sky against X, and I think we have Doge's first target.
Yeah.
Folks, if you think the government has wasted your money, wait until you hear what we wasted $3.4 million on. This is why Doge is necessary.
Doge,
the Department of Government Efficiency. I'd like to work for that group, to be honest. Like, I get like an entry-level job with them, do it as like a side hustle.
Well, they put out there, did you see the
Are they hiring?
advertisement? They said they're looking for people who just want to make government more efficient.
Right.
Willing to work 80-hour work weeks, work hard. That they put that right in there.
Oh. And
basically, like no nonsense.
And
get
you don't
ready to
get
work.
paid, right?
Right. It's like being a
you
radio
get paid.
producer.
By the way, what's up with the lighting in here?
I have no
this morning?
idea.
I'm blaming Rooney.
Yeah. You know, it is interesting. I come in here and, you know, I'm the first guy in this chair after the Sunday festival that is the Matt Rooney Show. And yeah, different television different TV channels on. I got the Drudge Report up here. I mean, can you close out your workstation, sir, when you're done?
Oh my God. Like, no, Phil Almquist. I had a dream about Phil Almquist.
Yeah, baby. Oh, yes.
I did.
Yes.
What did he say to you?
Well,
we start at 6 a.m.
I was trying to watch the Eagles. And then at some point fell asleep. Might have been the post game. I don't even know.
Yeah.
And then I was dreaming that Saquon and Phil Almquist and like Rihanna were trying to save music. And it was like this bizarre. There must have been something on the television. Like it was. I woke up. I was like, I just had a dream about Phil Almquist.
Phil Almquist, Saquon Barkley, and Rihanna.
And Rihanna.
But there's the
trying to
trifecta.
save music. Not making this up.
Man. Oh, God. All right.
It's a wacky Monday.
It is. We haven't even made it to the cut sheet yet. That's coming up 7:45. And also, the cost of Thanksgiving this year. We'll get to that. And also, speaking of costs, a generation-by-generation breakdown on what boomers, millennials, Xers, and Zers think they need to make per year to be financially successful. There's one number that stood out with one generation that we have to examine, and we'll try to get to that at some point today. But before all of that, let's get to the news. Round number one at 6:05. The great Dawn Stensler.
Woo! We can spell here in Philadelphia. And we are sponsored this morning by PIA ZZA, Piazza Auto Group. Yes, we can spell. And that's our sponsor for this first edition Kayal and Company News Live after a big Eagles win, and we're all fired up. Hope you are too. In Philadelphia, let's get to it. Of course, we have a lot of police action overnight from yesterday into today. In one, a 29-year-old man, he has died after he was shot in the Juniata section of the city. Police called to St. Christopher's Hospital for reports of a shooting victim, and they learned that victim was involved in an argument outside a cafe at J Street and Erie Ave. This guy was shot multiple times. Somebody took him to the hospital in a private car, and they're now searching, as I speak, for a white Yukon that was last seen heading north on J Street from Erie Avenue. So police are searching actively for that alleged killer. A 50-year-old man recovering after being shot twice in the chest. This is in the Parkside city of the section of the city, I should say. This happened in the 1700 block of 42nd Street, and it happened last night. And this gentleman, the 50-year-old man, taken to the hospital in stable condition this morning. So no arrests on this one. We don't have suspects, but police continue to investigate that one. We also have a lot of alert. We have a lot of Thanksgiving news, obviously, with Thanksgiving travel tomorrow. Tomorrow, they're saying, is going to be the busiest day.
I saw AAA reported 80 million they're expecting?
Yes, big travel, and gas prices went up a little bit, by the way. Did you notice that? I fueled up last night.
Yeah,
Did you really?
Yeah.
They went from just a tick below $3.
Yeah.
Okay.
At least at the Wawa by me.
Yeah.
To like $3.09 now.
Yeah.
There's
So it went up about 10 cents.
We were about to pull into Wawa to get gas yesterday, and it was $3.17 or $3.19. And then my wife was like, down the road there's a. So we ended up going to like this little spot. It was like $2.98. But I've noticed like it's trickling back up.
It is, yeah.
Yeah.
But tomorrow's actually the busiest travel day.
Since what,
Wednesday.
the pandemic? Since 20? I feel like every year it's the busiest day since like some old benchmark.
It's usually, isn't it?
Isn't that usually the way?
Wednesday or even? I think it's Wednesday usually.
Okay, so we're moving things up again this year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, people are remote working anyway.
Right. Yeah, people have taken this whole week off.
Right.
No, actually, the Tuesday, because it used to be the Wednesday before Thanksgiving, the Tuesday before Thanksgiving has become the most heavily traveled day of the year for the last couple of years, actually.
I mean, 80 million. I mean, that's almost a quarter of the country.
Yeah.
Wow.
So a lot of people on the move. So
it's almost everybody that votes.
Right. Yeah. Right. That's well put. Well said. Speaking of travel, we do have Secretary of State Antony Blinken attending G7 foreign ministers meeting in Italy. You notice they always pick like these beautiful places in the world where they say, "Oh yeah, we got to have a G7."
Sure. Yeah. Let's do the G7. You guys want to do a G7 one day?
Yeah. No.
Let's
Kayal and
do a
Company.
G7.
Let's go do G7.
Like for Greg Stocker, like a G7. You know.
Yeah. We'll do a Memorial Day G7.
So, obviously, Middle East, Russia's war in Ukraine, Indo-Pacific security, ongoing crisis in Haiti and Sudan, a lot going on in this world. So, G7, that's the travel of Blinken, if you will. Where's President Joe Biden? He will utilize his presidential pardon power to spare the lives of the 2 turkeys
No, we're still
on
doing
the White
this.
House
We're still
South
doing
Lawn.
this. Hopefully
Yeah.
Trump doesn't end to this.
Trump liked it.
Yeah.
We need Doge to get in there.
Yeah.
Didn't Elon will be like, we must be efficient,
Yeah.
eat both turkeys.
Elon's going to walk right in and look at those turkeys and go yourself.
Elon's got a big family to feed.
He
He's
does,
like, I need
man.
both turkeys
Yeah, he
and
needs
a
to
lot
get
of kids.
He needs to get snipped is what he needs to do.
11 kids.
So as far as that goes, this is a tradition dating back many years, obviously, but I think it was George H.W. Bush who made it more, I don't know, in our time, let's say, that it was the Bush family that made the turkey pardons a TV thing where they pardon one or the other. Didn't Trump pardon both of them, as I recall?
I don't remember, but I do think the first time it happened was when Bush was president, and it was the first Thanksgiving after we started up the Persian Gulf War, I believe was the first time. Yeah, so that might have been like 90, 91-ish, somewhere in that area.
But so it'll be on the White House South Lawn. The turkeys have been given as gifts to American presidents for about 150 years. But like you said, Nick, the more famous modern time televised and all of that. The first documented turkey pardon was given by President John F. Kennedy. They give him credit, 1963. But I think you're right.
Did he sleep with it after?
Stop.
After he pardoned it?
Trying to have a light little nice little story here, guys.
Well, you brought up a Kennedy. It's your own fault.
Well, since we do talk about shootings around this time each day, was this before or after Kennedy's head got blown off?
Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness. So in all of the news, as we look at the gas prices, we look at all the travel, and then of course we all take the victory lap because Eagles 37-20. It was an incredible night. With the exception of, I'm very sad about Brandon Graham.
Yeah, me too, man.
What happened to Brandon Graham?
He tore some muscle. I don't know.
Okay.
He's out for the season.
Yeah,
leg muscle he tore.
That'll be the end of his career.
Well, he didn't rule. He was, and the thing is, it's almost like they jinxed him during the game.
Yeah, I know.
Because they were like, "Look, that's how you
He
and
had a great game.
Oh my gosh,
not as great as Saquon.
Not as great as Saquon.
Yeah.
I feel for him. It is 3rd down and 5. Barkley back in. Hurts in the pistol with Barkley behind him. What a bet he gives it to Barkley. He gives it to Barkley, who cuts outside. He's at the 40, the 50, the 40. He's going to go again. He's going to go again. Touchdown, Saquon Barkley. His all-time record, 72 yards.
How good is that guy? How good is this guy? It's an amazing job by the offensive line, but when Saquon Barkley gets to the second level, again, it's a foot race. He outruns everybody. His total now, 255 yards rushing on the night.
That is an all-time Eagles record, breaking the record of Shady McCoy. Remember you laughed 2 quarters ago when I brought it up.
I did.
He broke it. He didn't break it. He buried it. Oh, my goodness.
He's in the pistol.
I think you need this on your board, Nick Kayal.
Oh, my goodness.
Yes. Jimmy Kelly, if you're listening back there. Merrill Reese.
Merrill Reese is the best.
Yes.
Seriously, I can't, if I'm watching visually, I still have to have on the Odyssey app. And you know what I mean?
He's so good. Yeah.
I do, because he's just the best.
It's going to be maybe a Super Bowl preview on Sunday because now the Eagles play Baltimore.
Ooh.
Derrick Henry and Barkley battling for MVP.
To be fair, guys, the Eagles' schedule's has been a bit light.
Oh yeah, absolutely, yes.
But Barkley he had one of the greatest nights for any player in the 91-year history of the Philadelphia Eagles. No player in our history.
The Giants gave him away.
I know. Here's the thing: all of those Giants. I feel because your golfing buddy is so.
Oh, Bill.
Bill.
Yeah.
Right?
He's got no football team, and he has to play Christmas music for 6 straight weeks. He's ready to kill himself. He's had it. He's counting down the days until the weather gets good again and he can go play golf.
I feel for him.
That was awesome. Well, 57 degrees, nice little golfing weather today. Sunshine is out. We might have a little rain overnight. Piazza Auto Group sponsoring us. Hyundai Getaway Sales Event going on right now. Piazza Hyundai of Pottstown, Westchester for a limited time. Get 1.9% financing for 72 months on the new 2024 Santa Fe. Shop online, PiazzaHyundai.com today. Piazza Auto Group, thank you for sponsoring us this morning. PIAZZA, spell it, Piazza Auto Group, sponsoring Kayal & Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 6:15 Monday morning. Let's get to another Big Take.
The Big Take on Kayal & Company.
And it is brought to you by Garden State Earthworks. Trump, turkey, and Thanksgiving. For most of us with a functional brain, Thanksgiving is about food, friends, family, and football. Perhaps you take in a parade. Perhaps you watch a high school football rivalry in the morning. Then you travel to family members' houses, or maybe they come to yours. We eat turkey. We watch the Cowboys lose. Perhaps take a nap and then either avoid or entertain the crazy uncle who wants to talk politics. But don't run that playbook by the left this year, because they are having none of it. Nope. In fact, left-wingers who are still hurt over the fact that Donald Trump won the election are now boycotting family members who might have voted for the orange man because they don't feel safe around you. Not a joke. Here's MSNBC resident troll Joy Reid on how you should approach your holiday this week. Listen and watch.
People are rightfully alarmed. They have a reason to be alarmed. And if you would vote for that, people may not feel so confident that they're safe with you. This is not crazy. This is legitimate feelings of fear of you and a feeling that you might not be someone they could trust. If this thing goes way south, autocracies go south real fast and things get ugly and people get asked to do things and turn people in and point people out and turn on them. And if you're voting affirmatively, gleefully for this, and people might, may not feel so confident in you anymore. That's real, and you kind of have to live with it. So if you think that you can vote for what people see as their destruction and then demand that they still are cool with you and kiki with you and have Thanksgiving with you, I think you're kind of missing the point of what people are upset about. They're afraid. And autocracy and fascism are things that are legitimate to be afraid of. So you may want to step back.
I think that lady needs to be placed in a straitjacket away from sharp objects, and maybe we have her brain studied for the benefits of future science. Because if you think Joy Reid is unhinged now, imagine what will happen to her mental health if Elon Musk were to purchase MSNBC. We know that Comcast is officially selling the left-wing news network, and we now know that Elon Musk might be interested in purchasing it. According to Mediaite, they reported the following. Donald Trump Jr. shared a meme on Friday afternoon on X claiming that MSNBC was up for sale. He tagged Elon Musk and commented, "Hey, Elon Musk, I have the funniest idea ever." The Tesla and SpaceX CEO replied, "How much does it cost?" After the exchange went viral, Musk commented saying, quote, "The most entertaining outcome, especially if ironic, is most likely." And remember, years before, Musk purchased Twitter in 2022 for a cool $44 billion. He asked a similar question about the cost of the social media platform on December 21st of 2017 when he says, "How much does Twitter cost?" As we know, the rest is history. Comcast and NBC Universal did not announce any plans to sell MSNBC or CNN on the open market when it was confirmed that the networks would be spun off from NBC News. That according to a report from the Wall Street Journal. But could you imagine the social media and mainstream meltdowns if Elon Musk did make that purchase? Think about that. Joy Reid, Rachel Maddow, Jen Psaki, Morning Joe, all having to answer to their new boss, Elon Musk, assuming he would even keep him around. It would be glorious, but I doubt it happens. Bill Maher was making all sorts of sense on Friday night as he mocks the far-left ideologues of his now broken Democrat Party. And this is, I think, in the direction of one Joy Reid. Listen and watch Bill Maher.
The chief psychiatric resident at Yale University, Amanda Calhoun, recently told Joy Reid it's okay to cut off family members if they voted for Trump and tell them, "I'm not going to be around you this holiday." Oh, how pure. It's like not letting certain people sit with you on the bus. She also said that it shouldn't be automatic that family members think they're entitled to your time. She said that's just a societal norm. Family. Who do they think they are? Family? I mean, think about that. A mental health professional advising people to isolate during the holidays. And don't forget to drink too much and put on weight. And this Thanksgiving, before the big meal, remember to take turns saying what you're hateful about. You know who I really wouldn't want to have Thanksgiving dinner with? This overly educated, i.e. extremely stupid, ivory tower academic. But I would, because if we ever want this nation to heal, this is what we have to do. Force ourselves to reach out and find out why someone feels the way they do and make the choices they make without prejudging them a monster.
So who is the divisive party? Is it the party that just won the election with 3 different factions, or that united around a common sense ideological approach? Or is it the party that just lost that has allowed the fringe minority to overrun the party with psychobabble rants and disillusioned views on everyone that doesn't see it the way they do? The party of diversity, albeit only in appearance and sexual preferences, had to take another L heading into the weekend as Donald Trump announced Scott Bessent to be his Treasury Secretary. Scott identifies with the LGBTQ plus community and is considered one of the most savvy international investors and geopolitical and economic strategists with holdings in a variety of industries. Now, in the press release that Trump's War Room put out, there was no mention of him being LGBTQ plus because I personally believe the Trump administration awarded him the position based on merit, not who he chooses to sleep with. Scott Turner also tabbed as secretary to run the Department of Housing and Urban Development. Scott is African American. So if we're checking off boxes, because we know the left loves to check off their boxes, Trump has countless women in his cabinet, a member of the LGBTQ plus community, and a black man. I hope MSNBC will approve of that and report on that fairly. And Trump has also tabbed Dr. Marty McCary to lead the FDA. You know him. He was the rogue doctor who actually had the temerity to say publicly that lockdowns wouldn't help, that they would in fact hurt the country and they wouldn't work. He also opposed vaccine mandates. Take a look at the mainstream media headlines over this nomination by Trump. Just search for him during our commercial about Marty being tabbed the head of the FDA and see the slant on all of the headlines from all of the usual suspects, because they're still in their feelings that Marty was right about a lot of things and they were wrong. And lastly, I think we have found the first mission for DOGE, the Department of Government Efficiency, headed up by Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy. Did you know, according to the Daily Caller, the Biden-Harris administration spent $3.4 million with the NIH, that's the National Institute of Health, that's Tony Fauci's department, to develop an app for, get this, Malaysian gay men engaged in chemsex. I'll say that one more time. An app for Malaysian gay men engaged in chemsex. What does that mean? Well, it's millions of dollars wasted on drug-fueled gay sex apps. This was done at the University of Connecticut, by the way. True story. You can read it on the Daily Caller's website. And also, lastly, good news for Donald Trump to wrap up the week, as his New York hush money case had the sentencing delayed indefinitely, as this case will likely be tossed, as I said all along. So as we wrap up a short week here on Kayal and Company, try to finish up your victory lap, enjoy your turkey, your stuffing, your pumpkin pie. Give your friends and family that might be suffering with post-election TDS a nice hug, even if they won't welcome you into their house. And just let them know that A, Joy Reid is insane, and B, they'll be safe and everything will be just fine, even if they don't like it. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
Brought to you by Garden State Earthworks. If you have water on your property that's causing you a headache, perhaps soggy yards, a damp patio, or a pool area getting swampy, visit GardenStateEarthworks.com. It is your drainage solution. That's GardenStateEarthworks.com or call 856-848-4444. We'll come back, and we got two big stories to get to. Elon Musk possibly purchasing MSNBC, and also breaking down Trump's very liberal and ideologically diverse cabinet and what it means for the future of Trump's administration. That's all still ahead this morning on a Monday. It's Kayal and Company. Nick, Dawn, and Greg right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Cap off the NFL this week with a chance to win on FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, America's #1 sportsbook. New customers can get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins on tonight's game. Baltimore Ravens at the LA Chargers. I'm going with this 4-leg same-game parlay. You can place a $10 wager to win $270. Lamar Jackson for an anytime touchdown. Lad McConkey for an anytime touchdown. J.K. Dobbins for an anytime touchdown. And Derrick Henry for an anytime touchdown. $10 wager wins $270. Or you can just bet on the money line, over rushing yards, over passing yards. You don't have to do what I do, but there's so much there to choose from. All you have to do is plunk down $5 and you can win $150 in bonus bets if your first bet wins. Just go to FanDuel.com/Greg, FanDuel.com/Greg, FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of the NFL and 1210. WPHT, 21 and over, present in PA. First online real money wager, only $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
You may have heard, Wawa has pizza. And right now, Wawa has pizza at a really great price.
Wawa has personal pizza for a night of gaming.
And it's only $6.
Wawa has pizza for when we don't want to cook.
And a 14-inch is $8.
Wawa has pizza for after practice.
A 16-inch to feed the team, $10. Right now, get a personal 14 or 16-inch Wawa pizza for just $6, $8, or $10. Wawa has pizza for all at a really great price.
Find what you love, love what you find. A Total Wine and More. There's so much waiting for you. Spirits and beer, thousands of wines. Guides in the know and prices so low, it just might blow your mind. You're gonna find what you love and love what you find.
With curbside pickup available, you'll always find what you love, only at Total Wine & More.
Drink responsibly, B21.
Shop Dell Technologies Black Friday event for their lowest prices of the year. The future is on sale today with limited time deals on select PCs like the XPS 16 that accelerate AI with Intel Core Ultra processors. Black Friday is their biggest sale of the year and the best time to upgrade, but it's only here for a limited time. Shop now at Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
Hey, it's Rich Ziola. You know, I'm traveling a lot these days, right? New York and D.C., and I'm all over the place. And whenever I'm on Wi-Fi, I always use my DuckDuckGo VPN. Even when I'm home, I use the VPN because I know my data is encrypted. I do not want my internet provider knowing where I am on the internet. I don't want somebody stealing my data at a coffee shop or on the train or when I'm using a public Wi-Fi. That's why the DuckDuckGo VPN is the absolute best in the business. Listen, you hear about VPNs all the time. This one's from DuckDuckGo, the leader in online privacy protection and a local company. It's been doing this for years, helping millions of people. But that's not all you get with Privacy Pro. You also get personal information removal to make sure all your personal data is gone and identity theft restoration. All three of those services to arm you up and protect you online for only $10 a month. And if you sign up today at DuckDuckGo.com/1210, you get a 7-day free trial. So do it today. DuckDuckGo.com/1210.
Listen this Saturday as Penn State battles Maryland. Coverage starts at 3 p.m. on the home of Penn State football. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Window Nation presents the 1210 WPHT Veteran Spotlight in partnership with the Travis Manion Foundation. Listen the first Wednesday of every month as Kayal and Company shines a spotlight on a local veteran, highlighting their remarkable commitment to the community and their exceptional service in the military. Presented by Window Nation. At Window Nation, there's nothing more important than giving back to the communities we serve. For all of your window and door needs, visit windownation.com. That's windownation.com.
Wawa's hot turkey is back, and it's bringing the comforting flavors of the season with it. Sink into savory stuffing. Cozy up with sweet cranberry sauce. and relax into some warm, buttery mashed potatoes. Grab your pillows and blankets because hot turkey is back. Plus, get your cozy cravings satisfied from the comfort of your bed with $0 delivery when you order on the Wawa app. Try the Wawa Gobbler today in a hoagie or bowl for a limited time. Gotta have a Wawa.
Keeping free speech alive. Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT. WPHT.
Somewhere in the distance, I hear the bells ring. Darkness settles on the town as the children start to sing. And the lady across the street, she shuts out the night. Guess the thousands waiting as she turns out the light. But it's too late, too late, too late, too late for love, too late.
6:30, Kayal and Company, live on this Monday. Oh, do we have a lot to get into.
Holy cow.
I know, I sent Harry Enton the show sheet last night. He was flabbergasted. Couldn't believe it. I don't know how we'll get through all of this, but we will try because there's a lot of big stories out there. Nick, Dawn, and Greg, hopefully all of you had a great weekend as you either begin a short work week or maybe you don't go back to work for another 7 days. But either way, we're glad to have you. 855-839-1210, the phone number. So a lot to break down there. But let's get into the Elon Musk MSNBC story because it's very fascinating. And it could be just, one of those comments in passing, but we do have a precedent. And unlike our gal up in Bucks County, Diane Marseglia, I do believe in precedent. I do believe in looking at what has happened in the past as a way to indicate on how people will rule or act in the future. And Elon Musk 7 years ago inquired about the price of Twitter, back when it was called Twitter, when Jack Dorsey owned it. And 5 years later, he purchased it for a cool $44 billion in an attempt to restore free speech on social media. So, Dawn Stensland, your thoughts on Elon Musk, MSNBC? Because I think a lot of people are wondering, what would it cost? What would it look like? Would it just be straight news? And would this be state-run media? I don't know. It's interesting, though.
Well, I thought it was hysterical that Joe Rogan chimed in and said, I want Rachel Maddow's job then. So that one was funny. I think they're trolling. I think it started as, I think it was starting as a joke. But sometimes, when you get all this reaction, because I think conservatives, everybody was saying, oh, please, God, make this happen, make this happen. It was so funny. But the fact that we're talking about it. And so I think at that point, does he buy it? I kind of doubt it. I really think he was trolling them. But maybe it makes him think more about buying media, whatever that looks like.
Yeah.
Is it a bargain, though? I mean, Comcast made it official. We talked about it last week, Wednesday, that they made it official, even though it was rumbled about for several weeks prior to the election.
Yep.
And I reported that back then. But the question is, what's the cost? So I think Elon Musk thinks, how much is it? What's the cost? And then remember what he did at Twitter, because he cut 80% of the staff.
Yes.
And streamlined it, which is why Trump wants him to do some things in government to streamline. So if I'm at that network or any media company where Musk takes over, I'm thinking, ruh-roh.
I was thinking about this over the week, and I am no business expert by any stretch, but if X was $44 billion, we know, I think he lost like $22 billion right off the top. But it wasn't about really making money and, turning a profit. Although that clip I played for you late last week has shown that Elon Musk's net worth went from like $252 billion to $314 billion, even though X has lost some of their total user activity accounts. I think it's like only 21% of Americans are still on X anymore at this point. But what would MSNBC cost? At most $10 billion? At most? which would be like a fourth of what Twitter costs.
And remember his net worth. He's the richest man in the
In the
world.
world. Right.
And his value is $80 billion more than the next richest person in the world.
Right.
Not $80 billion, $80 billion more
Right.
than the next richest person in the world. So, yes, he has a lot of FU money that he can play with.
Yep.
$10 billion for that? No, I wouldn't.
Less than that.
Oh God, yeah.
Okay,
Oh,
so maybe
God, yeah.
$3 billion, $4 billion.
No, I don't even know if it's going to be in the billions.
See,
guys.
I would think with the ability for MSNBC to generate ad revenue, that this would actually be a more sound business decision than purchasing Twitter, because he's not making that money back on Twitter. I mean, I know Twitter does do advertising, but they're not able to generate the amount of money I would think. And I could be way off there. I could be dead wrong. I didn't look up what Twitter's advertising revenue was in 2023, the first year Elon Musk owned it for a full calendar year. So I could be dead wrong. But I would imagine with like Big Pharma and the companies that advertise on MSNBC that the return on his investment would be better. Now, that being said, here's where I want to throw some cold water on this for all of the Trump supporters out there that are rooting for this to happen. He's not going to turn it into Newsmax or Fox News. I think he would actually have it just be a straight down the middle news. Like, you know what we've been saying and speculating what CNN should do? Like Dawn has said, boots on the ground, get back to your journalism thing. And remember, Elon Musk is not a conservative. So he's not gonna make it a second Fox News or a Newsmax or an OAN. I think he would just get rid of the woke nonsense, and it would be like a centrist news network, whatever that could possibly look like.
Well, that to me is fascinating because, and I'll just look at the ratings among the demographics, ages 25 to 54. Maddow had averaged pretty good numbers, 50% drop since Trump's win and since the Republican sweep. So 50% drop in a lot of their shows. They've just lost people.
They didn't have the best 25-54 numbers in 15 years like this radio station has. Sorry.
But as far as Elon Musk, and then I think about the fact that he has Starlink. One of the big costs that you have is when you go live around the world and you have reporters all over. In the past, it was very expensive. In other words, to get those reporters to where they were going and make sure that they were, reporting live, you had to send a huge crew.
Yep.
But nowadays, it would be far less expensive because of the advantage of Starlink. And so would they be able to do something live remotes with a very small crew? They would have to have a high skill set, but it may change the face of reporters as we know it, because those people might have been past soldiers, or, that you have videographers who are war videographers who have that skill set and give you that grit and that reality, and then cover the world in that regard. Not pretty faces, from pretty schools and Ivy League places, but rather people who are tough and have the grit and the might to go into some of these very tough environments, and even in cities to cover these gangs that we're hearing about, the cartels, to go undercover. So Musk would have that ability, I believe, because of Starlink. That probably would change news live reporting as we know it.
That's a good point. Yeah. 855-839-1210. If you want to jump in, Elon Musk and the possibility of purchasing MSNBC. All right. So from that to Trump's cabinet, which obviously, not technically, but in theory does include Elon Musk and also many other people that are not typical conservatives, Tulsi Gabbard, Bobby Kennedy. Very interesting story from MSNBC. Behind the curtain, Trump's liberal cabinet, and I'm sorry, this is not MSNBC. It's Axios. It was, I don't know, I saw something from MSN at the bottom. So here's a very good breakdown of what's happening. I highlighted two of his selections in the big take. Scott Bessent, hopefully I get that name correct. Bessent, I'm not sure how you pronounce it. But he is the Secretary Treasury. He identifies as LGBTQ+. I also mentioned the Urban Housing and Development, Scott Turner, African American. And we have seen since this cabinet was put together in the last 2+ weeks or so, countless females, right? From top to bottom. Susie Wiles, Linda McMahon, on down the list. A lot of strong, very, I don't want to say abrasive, but very, just, they've got a lot of gumption. Elise Stefanik. There's a lot of flamethrowers on the females.
Smart and skilled.
Yes. The exact opposite of what Mark Cuban tried to claim Trump surrounds himself with from a female standpoint. So, boy, that really aged well for Mark Cuban, did that not? Well, what a comment that was. So you look at this, and they break down a handful of these selections. And I just want to read a couple of the highlights here. A former George Soros advisor who now promises...
Oh, okay. Read on.
You want me to read on, sir?
Yes.
A former George Soros advisor who now promises Trumponomics will turn around the economy running the Treasury. That's Scott Bessent. Why it matters. They say lost in the noise of Trump's most controversial picks is the simple, undebatable fact that this might be the most ideologically diverse cabinet of modern times. As Axios' Zachary Basu told you, Trump's cabinet increasingly resembles a European-style coalition government staffed with a dizzying array of ideological rivals, united, for now, by a grand MAGA vision. The team represents the Trump worldview. Traditional conservatism dead, its biggest lifelong advocates neutered to the point of irrelevance. A Trump transition source told Axios most of the picks are a version of Trump in their thinking and Trump in their approach. They're fearless disruptors who can walk into these buildings and know they have a mandate for reform and change. Trump's earlier hostile takeover of the Republican establishment is now morphing into a fast-forward hostile takeover of federal bureaucracy. Trump insiders tell us they're confident that Bobby will get confirmed as far as that position goes. They say the big picture in just under a decade, Trump, once a donor to Democrats, has transitioned the GOP of George W. Bush, John McCain, and Mitt Romney into a populist party with radically different views on trade, immigration, and spending. They conclude by saying the GOP establishment is now Trump's team of populists. A behind-the-scenes Republican power broker told us the old Bush establishment are the outsiders. So when you look at this, you know what I love about this? And I kind of said this last week in a different way. I said the current Republican Party under Trump is split into three different pieces of the pie. You have your traditional rock-solid conservative, you have your America First populist, and you have your disenfranchised Democrat. And that's basically what Axios is breaking down here with this group of individuals that Trump has selected. And what I like about this the most is this is a mentally, ideologically, academically diverse group of people as far as school of thought and modalities of which they believe, right? It's not about, hey, let's find one person that looks like this. Let's find one person that's of this nation, this descent, of this religious belief. We don't need to have every single buddy from the LGBTQ plus IA, ABC, XYZ community. Like, you find people that are bright, that have merit, that are deserving of it. And oh, by the way, if they happen to fall into a certain category, cool. But it's not a prerequisite. And that's what I like about this here. And Scott Bessent's a George Soros guy.
Oh, from the Soros Fund Management, Nick Kayal?
I believe so.
Yeah, yeah, okay. Interesting.
Soros Capital Management. He worked as chief investment officer from 2011 to 2015.
Where are all those tweets now?
Following his
Where are all those emails now?
Following his work with Soros, he founded
Where's
hedge
Mark
fund
Levin now?
Key Square
Where's Chris
Capital
Stegall
Management.
now?
And he was a key economic policy advisor and fundraiser for the Trump campaign.
Yeah, interesting.
His policies, what does he like? What does he advocate for? Things like spending restraint and discipline, lower taxes, deregulation. Those are some of the core pieces of it. But one thing you see swirling is all of the optimism about small business creation and ownership, because that's something that obviously took a hit because of the pandemic. I mean, we can feel that across Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and across the country. And so I think that that will be one of his focuses. I'm hearing bipartisan support for Scott Bessent.
I didn't see any negative comments at all on Friday when that came out.
No, not at all.
And
Funny how that happens, isn't it?
Because I think with Trump, the bottom line is, and it's so funny to see the so-called mainstream media break this down and talk about it. You see, it's not about DEI. It's not about, Trump is looking at who are the best people who are hard. Yes, he wants loyalty, but who doesn't when you make a hire, right?
And he wants outsiders.
But he doesn't care. So to your point, I mean, I don't think Trump thinks of like George Soros as an enemy. He says this guy worked for Soros, who's probably a pretty tough boss and is obviously a wealthy billionaire. That's a redundant phrase, I guess, but a billionaire who demands perfection and that sort of thing. And so Trump says, oh, well, that's impressive. He was
Dawn,
successful under Soros Capital Management.
I'm told we're going to get our talking points faxed to us every day by a certain organization that's going to tell us what to say. Oh, turn into MSNBC. Are you guys going to become MSNBC now? Shut up.
Well, the truth is,
boy, that's been percolating in your system.
When I saw this happen over the weekend, I was just like, "Get me to 6 a.m. on Monday morning, please, please." Are you guys gonna become a? We start at 6 a.m. You guys are gonna become a MSNBC now. But you got rid of Mark Levin. Not because his ratings stunk. Yeah.
Be nice.
Sorry, I had to get that off because the narrative over the last 6 months has just infuriated me because people who don't know our business or don't know what we do go down these roads and be like, well, what about this now? I saw on Twitter, it must be true. Sorry.
Oh, Benny Johnson tweeted.
Exactly.
All right, so Stalker got it out of his system. Dawn gave you some good background of this individual, and I like it. I don't need everybody to be in harmony, kumbaya. I don't need echo chambers of thought. I like people that surround themselves with motivated, smart people. And I think that's what Trump does. Yes, loyalty, as Dawn said, loyalty matters. Definitely being an outsider matters. And not that every single pick is an outsider. You're never going to, like this whole notion of, flushing out every single swamp creature. That's impossible to do. Like I know everybody wants Kash Patel to head up the FBI. Might be a long shot, okay? Yes, he'd be great. But you might end up with somebody that you don't necessarily love that said this about Trump 13 years ago or voted one way in a different direction that you would have voted on a specific bill that reached the House floor. You're not going to get every single thing you want, but I'll tell you what. I was seeing some of the polls that came out yesterday on the Sunday morning shows. CBS YouGov, 53% of Americans approve strongly or somewhat of Trump's transition. 6 out of 10 Americans are on board with most of the cabinet picks. We're seeing a majority of Americans, and granted, yeah, Trump won the popular vote, so that should be, apples to apples. These numbers should be reflective of each other. But a lot of people like what's going on, and we'll see if they're able to pull off all of their goals and ambitions once they take place in what? Opelka sent the email out. Was it 54 days until Inauguration Day, I think? He's doing a countdown tracker on Inauguration Day.
Well, they're definitely going after Tulsi and Pete Hegseth.
Yeah, those are the next two in the crosshairs, right?
Yeah.
And then they'll move down the list. 855-839-1210. We'll come back, put a bow on hour number one, and I'll give you some of the other specifics and details of what I believe should be Doja's first target. I kind of teased that a little bit in the big take. We'll give you the specifics as to where your money was going, and we'll do that after this.
You've heard me talk about Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding, how much I love the work they've done in my home. And you know by now, if I needed windows, doors, siding, stucco remediation, I would only trust the Chapman family team. But did you know that they also install shutters, a perfect complement to your new windows? I always say that shutters are like the eyebrows, right? You never shave off your eyebrows. You got to have the eyebrows for the facial makeover. If you think of the windows as the eyes of the home. For the month of November, Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding, they're giving away a pair of shutters when you purchase 2 pairs. So the right shutters can really enhance the curb appeal of your home. Whether you or somebody you know, they're looking for windows, doors, siding, shutters, all the hardware choices, just give them a call or text them. They're like-minded, local, 610-431-8898. You can always visit them online, chapmanwindowsdoors.com. Take a virtual tour, look at all of the before and after photos, and you'll see for yourself what I'm talking about. A house, when they get the shutters on there, it's so beautiful and just gives that pop, that wow to a house. But remember, this is for the month of November, so you want to hurry up and get this on the calendar. ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
This Merrill Reese update is brought to you by PNC Bank. Brilliantly boring since 1865.
This one wasn't close. Once the Eagles got cooking, they buried the Rams. 37-20, Saquon Barkley. He had his day of days. He set an all-time Eagles record with 255 rushing yards. The Eagles have now won 7 in a row. They have mounted their record to 9-2. Next up, next Sunday in Baltimore. With the Eagles, this is Merrill Reese.
People ask, is PNC just a boring bank? Well, that depends. Is starting a business boring, or being the first person in your family to go to college? For nearly 160 years, they've done the hard and occasionally boring work of banking to deliver brilliant results for their clients. To see what boring banking can do for you, stop into any of their local branches right here in the greater Philadelphia community. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association member FDIC.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, board-certified urologist and senior vice president of men's sexual health at HIMSS. In my 12 years of practice as a reproductive urologist, I've helped many guys with ED, and it has never been more convenient to treat than it is right now, thanks to HIMSS. It really wasn't easy before. You had to take time out of your day, come to a physical office, and see a specialist like me in person. Now, through HIMSS.com, you can get world-class sexual health care and a full range of treatment options for ED through a 100% online process. It starts with a free assessment from a medical provider licensed in your state who can determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. So don't wait. Join the hundreds of thousands of guys who've gotten help for their ED through HIMSS.
To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% off brand name prices, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. One of the biggest, healthiest sales of the year is back again. Rescue Natural Supplements Black Friday sale is here. Right now, Rescue is slashing prices on every supplement with discounts up to an incredible 80% off. Rescue has a wide variety of products to address your health needs, including immunity and cholesterol support, heart health, and natural energy enhancers. Grab huge savings on omega-3s, probiotics, and a lot more. And one more thing, this Rescue Black Friday sale will run the entire month of November. So shop today at res-q.com, res-q.com, or call a Rescue product consultant at 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Again, all Rescue supplements are up to 80% off during the entire month of November, so why wait? Shop massive savings on essential supplements right now at res-q.com. Do it today.
This is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Are you ready for retirement? Have you prepared everything you need? Well, in Investor Schooling, we will teach you ways to better prepare for your retirement using real estate and the stock market. But you need to learn how to do it right, and that's what we teach. At Investor Schooling, we sell nothing but education. Come to Investor Schooling and learn how to have a better retirement. Go to investorschooling.com and RSVP right now for this Thursday's class at 7 o'clock. Go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Are you tired of hearing about the recession that's coming? Are you prepared for it? Well, listen, at investorschooling.com, we're going to teach you ways to prepare for the recession that you didn't even know existed. We're going to teach you strategies on how to use real estate. We're going to teach you strategies how to use the stock market properly. That's right, you can even make money in the stock market when the stock market goes down. Hey, go to investorschooling.com and register for a free class this Thursday night, and you will learn all of these techniques. Go to investorschooling.com right now, RSVP for this Thursday. We'll see you there.
Hey girl, it's your new night guy, Jimmy Fallon in the house from 7 to 10 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and free on the Odyssey app.
Oh my goodness!
Kayal and Company, 6:53. That was Merrill Reese during the last segment as he was hearing Stalker. Let it out of his system after 6 months. Nick, Dawn, and Greg, 855-839-1210, the phone number. News to kick off hour number 2 in just a couple of minutes. But I mentioned in the big take this morning that the Biden-Harris administration spent $3.4 million in taxpayer dollars via the NIH to do more research and fuel and funnel millions of dollars into developing a drug-fueled gay sex app. And I think that should be the first target of DOGE, the Department of Government Efficiency. The amount of money that this country just squanders on stupid stuff that is a complete waste of time has got to end. I saw this courtesy of the Daily Caller. I want to give you just a couple of details on this. So they write that the Biden-Harris administration is spending millions funding a project to advise homosexual men on how to more safely engage in drug-fueled intercourse. This occurred right here in our country at the University of Connecticut, a.k.a. UConn. Coincidentally enough, that's the, I believe, the school that Phil Almquist went to, or at least roots for the UConn Huskies in basketball. Because in July, they announced a 5-year, $3.4 million grant from the NIH for Assistant Professor Roman Shrestha to develop his app. It's called JOM-Care, J-O-M Care, a smartphone-based app just in time with adaptive intervention technology aimed at improving access to HIV and substance use-related harm reduction services for Malaysian GBM-SM, gay, bisexual, and other men who have sex with men, engaged in chemsex, according to University News website UConn Today. Chemsex, according to Northern Irish LGBTQ plus nonprofit The Rainbow Project, is the involvement of drug use in one's sex life and typically involves methamphetamine, mephedrone, and GHB and GBL. Examples of the app's use cases include providing a user who has reported injecting drugs with prompts about ordering an at-home HIV test kit and employing safe drug injection practices, UConn Today reported. I don't know, if I was Elon Musk or Vivek Ramaswamy, I think if I'm looking to save a cool couple $1 million right off of the jump starting January 20th, 2025, I would go to the NIH, I would go to the CDC, I would go to these other alphabet agencies that get all of this grant money, millions upon millions of dollars, and I would say, you know what? We could probably take this money and use it for more important things, like, I don't know, paving potholes, fixing things at the border. We talk about apps in that stupid border app, that CB1 app. Like, are we really wasting money on this? This is outrageous. If you're a taxpayer, which all of you are, I would assume, this is where your money goes. This has got to stop. We're funding an app for gay drug-fueled sex apps for Malaysian men. Can we at least do it for American men? Again, can we do it America first? Is that too much to ask for? All right, out of my system. You got the Soros out of your system. I got that out of my system, Stacker.
You know who publicized this? It was Matt Gaetz. He's the one who took a swipe at the Biden administration for spending this money.
Well, Gates prefers straight drug-fueled sex orgies.
Oh, gosh.
Yeah, to each his own. But I just the amount, we're only scratching the surface on it. Like, we talk about COVID and the lockdowns and pandemic, and we say, oh, we're just scratching the surface on the impact. Like, you give Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy, I believe the deadline they said was they want to have this wrapped up, the Doge department, and all of their work concluded by July 4th of 2026, when this nation turns 250 years young. It'll be, roughly 18, it's like basically an 18-month project. The amount of things that they are going to uncover, I'll set the over-under right now at 14 and a half stories that we have like this that goes to show you the amount of money. And that's just the money they can track and trace. Remember, they've got billions of dollars they just lost, unaccounted for in this country. We are so financially irresponsible as a nation, and it just drives me nuts as a financial conservative when I read this stuff and I'm like, this is where my money goes. And you wonder why people are angry. 855-839-1210. We'll come back. Dawn will have some news. Hour number 2 is on the way. And Thanksgiving dinner, it'll be a little cheaper this year. How much so? We'll give you the details. Hour 2 is next.
Hey, it's Nick Kayal, and nothing delivers comfort and joy quite like the unrivaled quality and taste of Omaha Steaks. This year, skip the holiday hustle and bustle and save 50% off site-wide during their cyber sale at omahasteaks.com. Plus, get a $30 reward card when you shop early and score an extra $30 off with promo code NICK. With 5 generations of experience, Omaha Steaks consistently delivers the world's best steak experience, and their gifting experts have made it easy to deliver the perfect gift with thoughtfully curated gift packages starting at $89.99. From legendary steaks to mouth-watering desserts and more, save 50% off site-wide during the cyber sale at omahasteaks.com. Plus, our listeners get an extra $30 off with promo code NICK and a $30 reward card when you shop early. That's 50% off at omahasteaks.com, OMAHA steaks.com, and an extra $30 off with promo code NICK. Minimum purchase may apply.
If you're still waiting for a sign, here's another one. At California Psychics, we reject 98% of the psychics who apply to work for us. So we only connect you with the best. That's how we can guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. And right now, new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. If that's not a sign, I don't know what is. Dramatic sound effect incoming. Experience the joy of certainty at CaliforniaPsychics.com.
Woohoo! Another girls' night out. I'm so stressed from shopping, I couldn't find anything. Have you tried shopping jewelry television, JTV? I don't know. Everyone in my family is so different. JTV has thousands of jewelry styles. Artisan, diamonds, pearls, colored gemstones, watches, even gift sets. I shop on TV and online.
New JTV customers save up to $40 when you shop jtv.com/radio.
Now, can you relax? Yes. Another round? Yes.
Uh-oh, Brad's buzzed.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, he's starting with the woots. And now a speech.
I just want to say that friendship is about heart and brain. Who's with me?
Good thing is, he knows when he's buzzed.
And my brain is saying, when it's time to go home, somebody call me a ride.
Love that guy.
Me too.
Know your buzzed warning signs? Call for a ride when it's time to go home. Buzz driving is drunk driving. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. An important message about your timeshare from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. Contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about timeshare cancellation.
Call 800-408-4040. That's 800-408-4040.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
This is Jordan Lundy.
And this is Len Lundy. Lundy Law has won billions for our clients.
But more importantly, we've won the trust and confidence of thousands of people injured in motor vehicle crashes, slip and fall accidents, and work-related injuries.
My son and I hope we never meet you because of an accident. But if we do, we're here for you.
Remember our name, Lundy Law, your injury lawyers. Call 1-800-LUNDY-LAW or visit lundylaw.com for a free consultation.
It's a great month to get a luxurious new Volvo from Cherry Hill Volvo. You'll be thankful because there's so many fabulous offers to take advantage of. Lease an all-wheel drive XC90 for as low as $687 per month using all applicable rebates. Costco members save even more, up to $2,000 in additional rebates. See store for details. Customers enjoy the stress-free and satisfactory experience Cherry Hill Volvo provides. Cherry Hill Volvo, where relationships really do matter.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
He's just a wang.
7:03.
She grew up in an Indiana town, had a good-looking mama.
It's Kayal and Company, hour number 2, here on a Monday morning. Nick Kayal, Dawn Stenzel, and Greg Stocker. As we head until 10 o'clock this morning, get us on the free Odyssey app. And, of course, watch the show live on YouTube, youtube.com/at1210WPHT. Hit the like and subscribe buttons while you're there.
By the way, Sergeant Mark Fusetti, he knows I love him. But he tweeted us this morning just to trigger me.
Mm-hmm.
He tweeted a picture of his front door and all the Christmas lights and everything he has up.
It's a bad move, Mark.
Yeah. I said, look, he's a former law enforcement. Like, he knows the law better than I do, but I believe it should be a crime.
Yeah.
And I believe somebody should go to his house and arrest him.
Yeah, we've
for putting up putting up Christmas decorations before Thanksgiving.
I agree.
Thank you.
He's and he has said this on the air, so I'm not like outing his identity or anything like that. He used to serve a lot of high-risk warrants. He was in the warrant division. And I got to tell you, Mark, if you were going to somebody's house back in the day when you were serving warrants and they had like Christmas stuff up before Thanksgiving, that would make me want to kick the door in even harder.
Stop.
Like I was like, where's the guy that gets the big ram thing, the big metal thing?
Yep. The battering ram.
The battering ram, yeah.
In case
I'd love to be that guy.
In case you don't know what we're talking about, we on this program, I believe I speak for all of us, maybe not for you, Dawn, but I think that it should be a crime to put up Christmas decorations before Thanksgiving. Let Thanksgiving be its own holiday. The day after Thanksgiving, 2 days after Thanksgiving, put up all the Christmas decorations you want.
Just enjoy your turkey.
That's your opinion, but let people be free.
And then,
yeah, yeah,
and then have them take it down promptly on January 1st.
No, not January 1st.
Could you imagine if you got your decorations up, it's January 5th, and you can walk out to go to the grocery store, and then Stocker's just sitting like in his Indian style in your yard yelling at you, take him down, now, get him down. I would call the police so fast. All right. Well, we got a lot of good stories to get to. How cheap will Thanksgiving be this year compared to years past? And then also, I saw a great story with boomers, Gen Xers, millennials, and Gen Z. What is the salary target for each group or each generation to be deemed financially successful? There's one number in one group that has me bewildered, and we have to talk about this a little bit.
Grandma Dean says she puts hers up after Halloween.
Grandma Dean.
After Halloween.
Grandma Dean.
Man.
Like November 2nd?
There's
that's before we play Christmas music down the hallway.
Phil Almquist, should it be a crime to put up Christmas lights before Thanksgiving? Of course I'm kidding. Relax, everybody. I'm going to put yes there. There we go. Oh,
my God. All right.
Vote on the YouTube chat, youtube.com/at1210WPHT.
A lot of other good stories that we'll get to this morning, hopefully after the cut sheet or maybe even before it, including the Atlantic with a story about how the right has a blue sky problem. I vehemently disagree with that. We'll get into that story. Also, Variety with a story about endorsements from celebrities for elections and how they need to be even more frequent. I disagree with that as well.
Variety wrote that?
Okay. That's correct. Yeah. So I'll destroy a few left-wing publications today as well. But before that, let's get to the news. Round number 2 at 7:07. The great Dawn Stensland.
So in Philadelphia, a lot of news this Monday, November the 25th. Isn't today the 25th?
Yeah,
indeed.
Hard to believe.
You know what? I can't believe it's the 25th already of November. It's crazy.
Thanksgiving's late this year.
That's
right?
why everybody's putting their Christmas decorations up so early because it's late. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what the calendar says.
It does though.
After Thanksgiving.
I'm the defense attorney here.
Yeah, it doesn't.
You're the Todd Blanche of the show.
Yes, sir.
JK13 says a true libertarian doesn't care. Of course.
You're right.
Of course. Relax.
We're kind of kidding here.
Relax, man.
November 25th, lighten up, Francis.
Yeah.
We are 7 o'clock news sponsored by, maybe you need a little spa day, Joseph Anthony Retreats Spa and Salon. In the news this morning, we have a man charged with murder for shooting and killing another man who attempted to steal his vehicle, jumped in his car. This happened in Philadelphia's Frankford neighborhood. So the incident happened on Friday, but police say that 39-year-old Sherwayne Garrison is charged with murder for shooting and killing a 48-year-old man last week after the guy tried to steal his car at Frankfurt Avenue and Pratt Street. So in other words, the man who's charged, Garrison, he was using his ATM. He left his car to tap Mac, as they say, right? He goes to the ATM.
Nobody has said tap Mac
forever.
I love the fact that you said that, Dawn. I remember, but I haven't heard the word Mac since my mom would say, I got my Mac card today in the mail.
I love that you said that nonsense.
That is great.
It brings me back to my youth.
Yep.
Yuki Washington always says that. I laugh every time when he says it.
Tap Mac, yeah.
Tap
sorry.
Mac.
Yep.
So this guy is Garrison. He jumps out of his car. The ATM's right there. Leaves his car running, which we talk about you should never do. But he goes to the ATM. Quickly, a 48-year-old man jumps into his car and is attempting to get away and steal it. The car owner, who's got his cash now, he's also a licensed gun owner. He fires into the car to shoot the carjacker, the car thief.
Yeah.
Shoots into the car at the 48-year-old man, shoots him and kills him.
Can't do that. Can't do that.
Can't do it. He's now charged.
Nope.
He would have been the victim of a crime. In other words, he's a crime victim. His car was being stolen.
Right.
But they've now charged him with murder.
I agree with that. I mean, it's not like he was at risk of. It's not like he was being robbed at gunpoint.
No, I disagree.
Let somebody take the car's replaceable.
No, I disagree with that.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. This guy was trying to save his property. Well, I mean, your car's your property, right?
Yes.
I mean, if somebody came on your property,
yeah, but you
have the right to shoot them.
I don't think Pennsylvania is a stand your ground state, is it?
Yeah, Pennsylvania sucks.
Well, I don't disagree with that. Yeah.
So he's now charged. So I think this will be up for. I think a lot of people with high crime, these types of crimes.
I'm always concerned. I don't know about you guys, but I use Citizens Bank, and I've noticed that. Now, granted, I don't, go into the city to do my, my banking, but I've seen a lot of the Citizens banks in the suburbs. Now, the ATM is inside, when you go into, it's no longer right next to the drive-through teller.
Yeah.
Which I remember back in the day, you'd pull up, when you had your Mac card, right? Yep. And you didn't even have to get out sometimes. You just roll the window down and withdraw money.
Yep.
And I was always worried, especially at certain times of the night when I grew up in Easton, that somebody sees you taking out money at 9:30 at night and they're opportunistic. You're kind of like a sitting duck.
Well, they've also shut down a lot of these. We've banked for Wells Fargo back from, I don't know, when it was Core States or whatever it was.
Oh, yeah.
And they've shut down so many of the they shut down the Chestnut Hill branch. They've shut down so many branches and ATMs because of we don't report it because they don't publicize it. All these bank robberies in the city.
Wow. So it was Core Estates, then it was First Union.
First Union. Think of all the Wells Fargo Center. Think of all
the arena names.
The arena, right.
Yeah.
Getting back to that guy who fired him, that's the ultimate F around and find out moment, isn't it? I mean, dude, you're gonna be brazen enough to steal somebody's car? Sorry, better luck next time.
I agree with it in theory, but I understand if you're not in danger, it's hey, you didn't need to resort to that. So
the problem is that nobody does anything about it.
I
so
know.
it'd be like sit in line. You know what I mean?
You're better off to shoot the tires. If I'm being honest.
Shoot the gas tank.
You're better off to shoot the tires, shoot to the tires that you're on because then they can't get away with your vehicle.
Right.
Say I meant to shoot the tires and I missed. Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Well,
better luck next time.
We've got a lot of bad aim for all the all the robbers and bums in this city that do it.
I don't know. I'm all for this guy. Justice for whatever his name is.
All right.
Mr. Sherwayne Garrison.
Yeah. Yep.
I think I want to follow this because I think, does this man go to jail?
Of course.
No
because
record.
Look at this. Because look at the DA. Look at the city. Of course they are. They're going to make an example of it. This is not a lawless town.
What is the official charge, Don? Did they charge him with homicide?
It's murder.
Oh wow.
Yeah. They're going to make an example of this is not the Wild West. Shut up. Then do your job.
I bet you he pleads down to manslaughter.
If that guy felt any sort of any hint of whatever for doing a crime, you know what I mean? Like hey, there might be a punishment if I do this. Maybe they would think twice about doing it. Well, if a guy's gonna shoot you dead and when you try and steal his car, maybe you'll think twice about doing it.
Yeah.
Or maybe the next guy will, since you're warm food now.
Yeah, I'm just looking if there are any more details on it. I'll definitely follow this for you.
Thank you.
The guy who was shot in the head, the thief still tries to get away. The car traveled down Frankfurt Ave, crosses Pratt Street, and then crashed into a taxi.
Well, and that's the other thing. They're going to sit there and say that you endangered the lives of others because as the suspect is fleeing with a bullet in his head, he then crosses over an intersection, crashes. He could have killed other people as well. And they'll argue all preventable if you would have just let him go or, I don't know, jumped on the hood like it's a movie.
Justice for Beckel, or what's his name?
Mr. Garrison, you know what?
Garrison.
Actually, Steve Keeley had on. I'll send you. There's video. This cat was captured on video. I'll send it to you after the.
Yeah, I would love to see that.
I'll send that to you.
We have to break that down on YouTube.
I know, right?
Wow.
All right. There's a lot going on. Obviously, we talked earlier about Thanksgiving Day turkey prices. I know Nick's going to get into that pricing, and then the turkey pardon at the White House with Biden. But what about egg prices?
Yeah.
Have you noticed the prices of eggs have gone up? And here we go again. Remember, during the pandemic, they're blaming avian bird flu.
I saw that. Big breakout of cases, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
So the prices are up about 30%.
Mm-hmm.
So just a heads up on the spike on the egg prices. That's a big news. That's something in the headlines that I just thought that I would mention to you.
So when Trump takes office on January 20th, we'll have World War III and the avian bird flu going around.
That.
What else can we come up and manufacture to derail this guy? How about we create another pandemic? By the way, did you see Robert Redfeld last week? Another story. We just never have enough time to get to everything. He believes now that there's a possibility that COVID was man-made, and not only was it man-made, that it was man-made in the United States in Charlotte, North Carolina.
I know. All this testing, all of this, and the NIH was allegedly doing this against the law. So I don't know. I feel like we were all victims of. We were all damaged, and our kids were damaged.
Yep. All this gain of function research. If I never hear those three words again, I'll be happy.
You spoke earlier, Nick Kayal, about that crazy story that is a true story about the NIH giving a 5-year, $3.4 million grant to an assistant professor in Connecticut to study Malaysian gay men's access to creating the app for Malaysian gay men who engage in drug sex to have an app and help them get better care.
Yep.
Well, here's another one for you, and this is actually, I think, a good one. The NIH awarding a lot of grant money lately. This one is to the University of Pennsylvania, $11 million to study the link between chemical exposures and dementia.
Oh.
And so it's an extensive study, and an epidemiology professor at UPenn will head this up. So looking into the causes of dementia, which, you look at how many Americans this strikes, I think it's probably a better use of grant money with the NIH.
Yeah.
But this will test blood and urine samples from thousands of people looking for traces of environmental chemicals or other chemicals like pesticides, metals, things that are maybe in our drinking water, exposures. And then, this will help them as they try to develop cures, treatments, or prevention of any kind of dementia as well as Alzheimer's.
Now, see, that's actually a study worth funding. My grandfather, my mom's dad, he worked at a chemical plant called Taylor Wharton in Easton, Pennsylvania, and he ended up with a form of cancer that they believe years later was linked to his exposure to these toxins in the workplace.
Do you have any good genes?
No. Well, I have a pair of Banana Republic, but I got those at the outlet.
My Lord.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, we all die young and we die in agony.
The NIH should just have a grant for Nick Kayal.
Yeah.
Kayal's entire family.
Yeah, I'm going to donate my brain to science.
It's like Saving Private Ryan.
That's right.
Saving Private Kayal.
You guys can have all my organs. I could I could cure everything. You examine me post-mortem. That next generation is going to live long.
Yeah, man.
Oh, my goodness.
Yes, speaking of, we've got Eagles victory on our minds, 37-20 over the LA Rams. And Saquon Barkley had one of the greatest nights for any player in the 91-year history of the Philadelphia Eagles. No player in Eagles history rushing for 250-plus yards or with 300-plus yards from scrimmage in a game until Saquon Barkley accomplished both feats in Sunday's 37-20 victory.
Yeah.
The sad thing is our DE, Brandon Graham, looks like he's out. Torn triceps out for the season. Torn triceps.
Yeah, that's rough.
Ooh, that's painful.
Yeah, no bench press, no chest days for a while for that guy.
Sixers lost to the Clippers 125-99.
What's the Are they still sitting on 2 wins?
Yes.
God, 2 wins.
So we are sponsored by Joseph Anthony Retreat Spa and Salon. The secrets of finishing your holiday shopping with 3 locations: Glen Mills, Springfield, and Center City at the Lowe's Hotel. You can visit in person or online. JosephAnthony.com, where gift cards are available. That's JosephAnthony.com. Thank you for sponsoring our Kayal Company News Live.
3 wins. They beat the Nets on Friday night.
Nice to sprinkle in a dub from time to time. They get one by accident, right? Good work by them. All right, 7:20. On the other side, we'll talk a little finances. Thanksgiving dinner, a little cheaper this year. Just how much of a discount are you getting compared to the last couple of years? And also, is Gen Z super out of their mind or incredibly ambitious? Generational salaries. What is the target for success? I might have to recalibrate. It's Kayal and Company. We're back after this on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And with the holidays this weekend, maybe you're cooking a lot for Thanksgiving Day, and maybe you need a little bit of a break. For me, when the cold weather is here especially, it means it's time to take out my crock pot. Life is so hectic, and it can be really difficult to find the time to make a home-cooked meal for your family. I know it is for me, especially from scratch, every single day. Luckily, whatacrock.com's delicious, easy-to-prepare meals make it so simple. I just put one of their meals into my slow cooker in the morning, go about my day. When we come home in the evening, dinner is simmering and waiting to be served. Unlike most meal kit companies, and this is clutch right here, there isn't any prep requirement at all, okay? And cleanup is so quick and easy. It's as simple as dropping that meal into your slow cooker, and dinner is one and done. So for me, the bourbon braised beef, that's a limited time only dish. I'll tell you, it's delicious. The old-fashioned pot roast with the big chunks of delicious, just moist pot roast, and then those huge chunks of carrots and potatoes, and it's simmering, it's delicious. What about the chicken pot pie stew? I hope I'm making you hungry. These are some of the delicious meals that you get from whatacrock.com. There is no subscription or commitment required to order, and you can order what you want when you want it. What a Crock meals also make for excellent gifts. So think about sending it maybe for a holiday gift, something different to give somebody a little break, or maybe somebody in the family just had a baby, maybe new parents, they need a break, the college kids in your life. Make sure you use promo code WPHT at checkout. You get $10 off your first order at whatacrock.com. Code WPHT. Get $10 off your first order. What a Crock dinner made easy. Order now. Whatacrock.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Stirring fiber, exercising, frequent trips to the store for more laxatives and fiber. Sounds like your constipation with belly pain is a lot to manage. But if your symptoms that keep coming back are signs of irritable bowel syndrome with constipation or IBS-C, ask your doctor how Linzess can help you get ahead of it. Linzess linaclotide is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
Hey, it's Ike Reese coming to you from the most wonderful time of the year in Philly. Although, let's be honest, around the holidays, things really do add up. But this season of giving, Verizon's offering a single line for $50 per month when you switch and bring your phone. So, while ice skating for two is definitely costing more, here at Verizon, you can save. How about gifts for your third cousin? That's pretty steep. A single line with Verizon, not so steep. A real tree, pretty pricey. A single line with Verizon, less pricey. Even a trip to the Philly holiday market will cost you more. But with Verizon, you can switch and bring your phone for just $50 per month for a single line on unlimited welcome with auto pay plus taxes and fees. All this to say, during the holiday season, when everything is costing more, you can get more for less right now at a local Verizon store.
$15 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G, 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Mystic data roaming at 2G speeds. Additional terms apply.
See Joe Conklin's comedy show at St. Albert the Great Church on Welsh Road in Huntington Valley, Saturday, January 11th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com.
JoeConklin.com! Tune in to Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Phil Cannella and Joanne Small. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Don't go through another winter spending your hard-earned money on high heating costs or wrapped in the blankets on a couch as cold air comes rushing through your old drafty windows and doors. Upgrade your home with professionally installed energy-efficient windows and doors from my good friends at Guida Door and Window. Guida is celebrating the holidays with their big end-of-year sales event. Get 40% off each window you buy. Yep, 40% off every professionally installed window. You'll also receive 40% off any door, including entry doors, patio doors, garage doors, and storm doors. And don't worry about touching your holiday money because Guida will start your project with no money down and allow you to pay it off interest-free for up to 12 months. If you need new windows and doors, then you need to go Guida right now so you can take advantage of these huge savings. All prior sales excluded. Offer expires December 31st. So call Guida today to schedule a free in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's go, GUIDA.com.
Got a shopping list a mile long but need to charge your EV? No problem. Now you can fill up your cart and your battery at the same time. With a convenient network of Shell recharge stations at some of your favorite shopping spots, you can get everything done in one trip. Shop for groceries, clothes, and more while your EV charges up. And never miss a beat. Shell Recharge. Download the Shell app today to find the nearest Shell Recharge location. For more information on locations and how Shell measures reliability, visit shell.us/Shell Recharge.
Calling on Levittown. Hello there. To follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
$7:27 on a Monday morning. It is Kayal and Company. Nick, Dawn, and Greg here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. What's on the cut sheet? We will find out in just about 20 minutes' time. A lot of good stories so far this morning. If you missed the big take, go back and hit up the rewind feature on the Odyssey app. Elon Musk possibly buying MSNBC. Trump's very diverse liberal cabinet, and also perhaps one of the first targets of Doge beginning in January 2025. Also, we have the holiday this week with Thanksgiving. So Tony Bruno and Miss Robin will be in for us on Wednesday and Friday. So obviously no Kayal and Company with Bruno at 8:30. Same thing with Sean Farish on Friday. But I wanted to pass this along because, eventually we'll be back and we'll be chatting with Sean Farish again on a Friday. He tweeted last night that he accidentally might have stumbled into How to Do Bobby Kennedy.
Uh-oh.
And I got to tell you, if he is able to be half as good with Bobby Kennedy's impression as he is with Trump, we might have to have him on, and we'll just go through the entire cabinet with him imitating each guy or girl.
I love it.
going to be unbelievable.
Well, Greg does it. You're Bobby Kennedy.
Yeah, no, I don't want to do. I don't do impressions. I don't want to do an impression. So I'm good. But if that's the case, then that's a nice little teaser for the week after Thanksgiving.
Could you imagine him flipping between Trump and Bobby conversation?
Amazing.
Oh, no, wait. Bobby Kennedy at the family Kennedy Thanksgiving dinner.
Oh, God.
Right? That would be epic.
Yeah.
I smell.
Thank you. You smell what, Bobby?
I smell.
Okay. They make body wash, man. I don't know what to tell you. All right, so let's get to some Thanksgiving stuff here coming up. So Thanksgiving dinner will be a little cheaper this year, according to studies. A typical Thanksgiving this year with dinner for 10 people will cost about $58 this year, a new report finds, down about 5% from last year, but still up nearly 20% in adjusted dollars from 2019, which was the last Thanksgiving before the COVID-19 pandemic. According to this study, these figures come from the American Farm Bureau Federation's annual survey, which was released late last week and based on observed nationwide prices for a hypothetical basket of Thanksgiving staples that include turkey, cranberries, sweet potatoes, pumpkin pie, and more. Between the lines, they say, though, adjusting for inflation back to 1982, as the group always does, this year's Farm Bureau basket is one of the cheapest in decades. Although they say 44% of Thanksgiving hosts that were surveyed are concerned about the cost of having folks over for dinner this year, and 3 in 10 hosts surveyed are inviting fewer people, while some are also expecting guests to bring dishes of their own to reduce costs. You know, we went grocery shopping yesterday, and I was at Giant, and I said to my wife when we were in the long checkout line, and I said, you know, they've been asking me for like the last 3 or 4 weeks, do we want to get our free turkey from our bonus card points? And I always say, no, we'll get it as we get closer to Thanksgiving. And then I found out, I said to my wife, I'm like, you want to do it now? And she was like, no, we're going up to my mom's. And I said, yeah, but we could still take the free turkey. I don't want to turn down a free turkey. Which, by the way, like, don't you think we as Americans, especially if you enjoy turkey, especially if you know how to cook a really moist bird, and you know whether you do the deep fry, whether you put it on a smoker, or you do the old-fashioned oven thing, why do we only eat turkey once a year? Like, I would have turkey 6 or 8 times a year on a Sunday meal. Am I alone in thinking that? Am I crazy? My wife's like, no, let's just use the gas points. I'm like, no, let's get the free turkey.
Oh, so it's a debate between the gas points,
or the turkey.
Yeah, turkey. Yeah, but turkey's not super expensive. Gas kind of is. So I think I would go gas with it.
All right.
Okay.
All right.
2 things about yours, because I have my turkey certificate here. Okay, you have to redeem it by the 28th. Today's the 25th.
Okay.
So you have, and it's slim pickings.
Right.
So you should redeem it.
It'll be frozen. I was going to home
Might
and
not get a big one.
You know, stuff it in the freezer for whenever we want it.
So that's number 1. Number 2, you can't lose your turkey. Like, I have mine right here.
You got the physical. Look, she's got the actual voucher. Oh, all right.
Because once they print it out.
Yeah.
Did you know this? Like, because I lost mine one year, or Larry lost it.
Oh boy.
So they're like, we're really sorry, but we can't print it. Once they print it, it's done.
Wow.
So once you print it, do not lose it.
Okay.
Just a little pro
right.
tip.
But am I alone in wanting to have turkey more than once a year?
Well, I mean,
I buy turkey at the grocery store, like
turkey
lunch.
Sandwiches,
I eat a turkey sandwich 2 days a week, probably.
Yeah, so do I. Turkey sandwiches are good. I mean, as far as making a full turkey more than on Thanksgiving, I don't.
Yeah.
Do you guys do
too
that,
much
Dawn?
work?
We don't do that. I don't think.
Really?
No.
We don't either. I'm just saying we should. I want to make a family amendment here. I'm going to update the Kayal family constitution. We're going to have turkey 6 times a year. And if I have to cook the damn thing, I'll do it myself.
Yeah, it's really good for you.
Yeah.
I mean, good for you is a little strong, but it's
as long as you don't deep fry it. Yeah, like real turkey's great for you. High in protein.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if you get if you get boar's head, I mean, things loaded with sodium is probably not great for you, but.
But then there was a report that more and more people are opting for a ham. For like the honey ham.
Yeah, this would be a very controversial take. I think ham's low energy. I'm not a huge ham guy. Push comes to shove, I'm always turkey over ham. If I only have one meat on my plate with all the trimmings, I always go turkey.
Yeah, I would agree with you.
Yeah?
I'm not I like pulled pork.
So do I.
But I don't like ham. Not that I don't like ham, but it's not my favorite.
I mean, I don't mind ham in in my hoagie.
But like the big bone-in ham, and then you put that honey glaze on it.
You see, you like the honey glaze? Like I would like more of like a Cajun or like a peppery ham.
Like a spicy? That
yeah,
sounds
something
nice.
spicier.
You're making
yeah.
everybody very hungry.
Yeah, you got me salivating at 7:33 here.
I make both. I do both because I'm not a big pork eater, but a lot of my husband and his fam. So I'll do both.
Yeah.
And then you have the leftovers.
Oh well, the leftovers. I mean, that's half the thing with Thanksgiving is that second.
Yeah, the second, and you can have the ham with like breakfast.
I love a nice like leftover turkey sandwich on Black Friday. Throw it on a couple of pieces of ciabatta bread, some nice Duke's mayo. Oh, a little salt and pepper.
We've been dieting, so I've been trying all these recipes with egg whites.
Really?
Is there ever, Dawn, you and I have worked together almost like 10 years now. Is there ever a time you're not dieting? Every time you have a conversation with me, you're like, well, we're dieting now. So it's like you're always dieting.
Well,
always.
Dawn remains camera. That's why Dawn's a TV
But it's
anchor.
not dieting. It's just a lifestyle thing.
Yeah.
When it's been 10 years in the making,
Trying to eat.
it's not a diet. It's a lifestyle.
It is.
Yeah.
It's trying to eat high protein. Well, David, after football, is trying to cut.
Yeah.
And he's, of course, at his age, teenagers, they lose it, in a week.
Well, does he wrestle too?
But no.
Okay.
But he does winter track.
Okay.
But but now he's cutting, so he's weighing everything. He's looking at all the protein and everything.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's fun though. It's fun to talk about, looking at what's high protein.
No, he's smart.
Yeah.
Bobby Kennedy would like him. He'd find a spot for him in the cabinet.
100%.
There you go.
So I have him read all the chemicals.
There you go. I like it. All right, from Thanksgiving cost to another story, and I was totally astonished by this, and I find this to be fascinating, and I'm a little bit confused by this. I don't know the answer to the question I'm about to ask, but Axios released a report of 2,200 adults that were surveyed back in September on what you consider your salary to be successful. So boomers, which were born between 1946 and 1964, say a salary of $99,900, so we'll just round up a flat $100,000, is a successful salary. Gen X, which would be Stocker and Stensland, 1965 to 1980, believe, no, we got to double that, then some. Gen X thinks a salary of $212,300 per year is a successful salary. Millennials are a little bit short of that, 1981 to 1996, which I qualify as. I'm one of the older millennials, $181,000 per year. And Gen Z, and this is where I'm flabbergasted. I'm flummoxed. I have no idea what to make of this. $587,000 a year. Now, here's why I'm confused. Because is that delusion from Gen Z, or is that a driven group? And I ask that question because we have talked about these whiny little snot-nosed Gen Zers that have just flooded TikTok. We play countless clips of Gen Z. We've had those stories of the Gen Zers that, go to work out of college. They have a 9-to-5 job. They take public transportation on the way home. They don't get home till 6:30. They cry that they don't have time to hang out with their friends and socialize because they have to make their dinner. They can't even get to the gym because they're so tired. Or are they super driven and smarter than we're giving them credit for? Because we also had that story, and it's a story that's forever kind of like branded to my brain. They're the tool belt generation. They're savvy enough now to realize, a lot of them, not all of them, because certainly Gen Zers go to college, that they're skipping these ridiculous college programs where they end up 6 figures in debt, and they're taking on the trades. And they're getting out of trade school in 18 months, debt-free, making 80, 90 grand, which is not a lot, but when you're 22 or 20 and you have no loans and nobody to care for but yourself, 90 grand will go a long way as a little punk in a nice little studio apartment. But I'm blown away by this. Boomers, 100 grand. Gen X, 212 grand. Millennials, 181 grand. But Gen Z says almost $600,000, which, by the way, good luck, because that puts you in like the 0.1% of society that makes that kind of money. And that could even be household income. You would still be in the 0.1% of society.
I think that is a big reflection on Gen Z not really being in the workforce that long and knowing what it takes to command that type of a
Is that
salary.
entitlement?
I don't know if it's entitlement. I think it's just not being aware of what the workplace is and how. I mean, Nick, you and I always talk about it. You and I took a different path than Dawn did. So, but for us, we started in radio making literally no money.
Right. I made minimum wage.
I was an intern. Like, I literally made no money.
Right.
And like, there's not a lot of people that would take the path that we did for little to no money to get into an industry that is, you know what I mean? Like,
right.
That is super hard to get into.
Right.
You know
that
what I
might
mean?
take you 15 years to make a living wage.
So that just doesn't super exist anymore. So I do think that there is a sort of entitlement in that way, but I just think it's a reflection of people not knowing, this younger generation not knowing.
I mean, that's like being completely out of touch with reality.
Yeah.
I would argue, and if we have any doctors listening, please correct me if I'm wrong. You get out of your residency after going to college, after going to med school, so it's 4 years of college, 4 years of med school, plus 3 or 4 years of a residency. I don't think doctors off the bat are probably making $500 grand.
They're absolutely not.
No
they're
shot,
not.
right?
They're not, and then they have to pay. The problem is, okay, a couple of things. For doctors, it's where you live and what you specialize in and the insurance you have to pay with all the lawsuits and things of that nature.
Sure.
And so that's why we've seen less and less doctors in private practice among the different reasons. As far as this goes, I would say if you make, let's say you make the median age, let's say, or the median salary is about $80,000. So if you live in South Carolina or North Carolina or Florida or Georgia,
goes further.
That money,
It's huge. Yep.
but that's going to go way further than if you live in California.
No.
Forget it. Forget about
You're
it.
poor.
And then think about on the East Coast, New York, Boston, even Philadelphia, even though we have a better quality of life as far as the cost goes than New York or Boston. And so think about where the person is. Think about in Pennsylvania that we pay up to 40% more than the average American just for our PICO or power bill.
Oh, yeah.
Because of the power grid and all the prices.
And Philadelphia was also one of the highest hit with grocery inflation in the country as well.
Yeah. So when you think about all of this, and I do think that, when they're talking about Gen Xers, I don't know. I think that the millennials. And then what was it, Gen Z?
Yep.
See, Gen Zers are under 28.
Yeah.
Right? They're 27.
Yeah.
And below.
Show me a Gen Zer making $500 grand a year.
Well,
that wasn't like some YouTube channel or some .com whiz kid.
To that point, Soggy Donuts on the YouTube chat says every Gen Z YouTuber and podcaster thinks they're going to be rich. It's true. It's true because you see all these podcasters now that come out and there's very few of them that make any sort of money.
Exactly.
But every Gen Zer thinks that they're going to be. But that age thing that Dawn was that's 100% right. It's just that they don't have enough work experience to know that it's going to be very tough, almost impossible for the majority of them to make anywhere close to that salary.
I mean, I can understand a boomer saying $100 grand, especially if you're on the older. So 1946, that would be 54 and 24 is 78. If you're 78, you've sold your home, you've downsized, and you're still bringing in $100 grand a year before your 401k or perhaps a pension or Social Security, and you're living, you and your wife, or maybe your spouse is dead, and you have 1,000 square foot apartment, you're probably going to get by just fine because you don't have so much overhead anymore. Your kids are all grown up, but some of these other numbers, I'm looking at it like, and millennials, I feel like we're underachieving a little bit here. $180,000. I thought millennials had a little bit more ambition than that, or maybe they're just grounded and rooted in.
Well, they know what the workplace is now, and they know what they're going to top out at.
That's true too.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, I think this is all just a function of, the boomer generation. You're right. They came of age where $100,000 was you were rich.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean? So like I can see that. Millennials and Gen Xers have been in the workplace long enough now that we know like what the market value is for people.
Yeah.
And that might be an attainable goal for some. Might not be for others.
Yeah.
Just 10% of U.S. households earned more than $235,000 a year in 2023. 10%.
Which is fat. Like, if you told a Gen Zer that, like you said, hey, you're 35 or 40, you're married. If you and your wife make a combined $200,000 a year, before you take out taxes, you're probably in the top 15 to 17% of society. They'll look at you sideways.
And by the way, you're not rich.
And you're not rich either.
Yeah. So especially if you have a couple kids.
Oh, yeah.
Your mortgage. So yes, you're right. And that's only, to your point, that's only 15%, maybe 15% of society. And to Dawn's point, depending on where you live, if you make that in rural Georgia,
right?
Yes, you can live high on the hog, but in Philadelphia, New York, all those places, you don't.
Mm-hmm. No doubt, I can attest to that right now. I mean, living in the outskirts of Nashville versus living in the outskirts of Philadelphia on the same salary.
But I would say this, and I'll have to look more. This is an interesting study as far as how much money do you need to be successful. Because I think that for this study, I also would question if they looked at different age groups, especially people, let's say around 27-ish. Those individuals want to work. They also value their quality of life, working remotely if they can, not commuting as much.
Work smarter, not harder.
Exactly.
Yeah, that mantra.
And so that group is interesting to me because I'm not saying they're not hard workers. But you do have a clash of, let's say, generational. What is a work ethic? What does that mean to you?
Yeah.
And so a lot of these individuals, I would say, I don't know, late 20s, even early 30s, they do not want to put in an 80-hour work week. They do not want to come into a job in person 5 days a week. They do not want to ever give up, let's say, their weekend.
Right.
To have to if something doesn't get done or a special project.
Right. No, you're right. You're
So
totally
it's
right.
like,
there's the quality of life aspect, right? You want to slave away at your job, or do you want to have a social life and family time? Right?
The more we get into this next generation of people, like to us, to the three of us, like putting family aside, obviously, but like our jobs for most of us are our identity. You know what I mean? So like we came from an age, we came from a generation where that was, your job was what you did and is how you defined yourself. The kids these days, who listen to me, but kids these days don't view it like that. They're expendable. They can do, you want me for this job? Great. Pay me this. Hey, in 10 months, you want me for this job? Great. Pay me this. Like they're like contract killers. They're like, whatever. Whoever's going to pay me the most or give me the best quality of life, that's what I'm going to do. Whereas we kind of all stuck to our jobs and stayed here,
Yeah, but I wonder as well, when you think about right now, the name, baby boomers.
Yeah.
So think about that. Right now, we have the opposite of that. Our government is talking about doing programs, and Elon Musk and many others, there have been studies on it. Right now, we have major population loss. People are not having babies.
Yep.
So will that be written into these next generations or even the people who are teenagers right now to try to influence them to have a family? And how does that impact as you weave in the workplace and what success means to you?
There you go. 855-839-1210. What's on the cut sheet? Well, we will find out on the other side of this break. But first, a word from our friends at the Piazza Auto Group, as the 2025 lineup is available right now across the board with all of their brands, but specifically the Honda Prologue. It is Honda's first all-electric SUV with a range of almost 300 miles on a single charge and a fast charge time. You can cruise the roads this Thanksgiving worry-free, and it has 3 charging options to choose from, including that portable charging kit for when you're on the go. Lease the Prologue today for as low as $279 per month. You can visit Piazza Honda in Philadelphia, Pottstown, great location, Springfield, which is my home location, Reading, or Langhorne. For details, shop online anytime at piazzahonda.com and tell them that Nick sent you.
Cap off NFL, the NFL week, with a chance to win on FanDuel in partnership with the Valley Forge Casino. It's America's #1 sportsbook. Tonight, Monday Night Football, Baltimore Ravens at the Los Angeles Chargers. I'm going to go with this 4-leg same-game parlay. Plunk down $10 to win $270. Derrick Henry for an anytime touchdown. J.K. Dobbins for an anytime touchdown. Lamar Jackson, anytime touchdown. And Ladd McConkey for an anytime touchdown. $10 wins you $270. All you have to do is go to FanDuel.com/Greg, FanDuel.com/Greg. Now, if you're a new customer and you want to plunk down $5, you can win $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins on tonight's game. And you don't have to bet on that spread. You can do anytime touchdowns, over rushing yards, over passing yards, whatever you want. It's all right there for you. FanDuel.com/Greg. Do it now. FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of the NFL and 1210 WPHT. 21 and over, President PA. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
You may have heard, Wawa has pizza. And right now, Wawa has pizza at a really great price.
Wawa has personal pizza for a night of gaming.
And it's only $6.
Wawa has pizza for when we don't want to cook.
And a 14-inch is $8.
Wawa has pizza for after practice.
A 16-inch to feed the team, $10. Right now, get a personal 14 or 16-inch Wawa pizza for just $6, $8, or $10. Wawa has pizza for all at a really great price.
Guess what, people? Wendy's has new saucy nugs. You heard me. Wendy's nugs now come in 7 saucy flavors. Buffalo, honey barbecue, garlic parm, spicy ghost pepper. You can literally hear your taste buds after every bite. I'm serious. Listen to mine. Okay, that's just me playing with sound effects. For a whole new way to nug, gotta be Wendy's. Open till midnight or later.
At participating U.S. Wendy's, hours may vary by location.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, board-certified urologist and senior vice president of men's sexual health at HIMSS. In my 12 years of practice as a reproductive urologist, I've helped many guys with ED, and it has never been more convenient to treat than it is right now, thanks to HIMSS. It really wasn't easy before. You had to take time out of your day, come to a physical office, and see a specialist like me in person. Now, through HIMSS.com, you can get world-class sexual health care and a full range of treatment options for ED through a 100% online process. It starts with a free assessment from a medical provider licensed in your state who can determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. So don't wait. Join the hundreds of thousands of guys who've gotten help for their ED through HIMSS.
To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% off brand name prices, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit.
Ron Jaworski here. Have you been dreaming of a new shower to replace your slippery, ugly old tub? PJ Fitzpatrick can install a low threshold or low entry, fully customized jacuzzi shower system in just 1 day. It is surprisingly affordable and comes with a lifetime guarantee. Trust me, a happy bath makes for a happy life. Better yet, trust PJ. Visit trustpj.com to set up a free design consultation and take advantage of the fall promotions. That's trustpj.com.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
And so many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. And each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
This is Jordan Lundy of Lundy Law. When we say we hope you're never involved in an accident, we mean it. But if you are injured in an accident, we'll work quickly and tirelessly to get you the maximum compensation you deserve. And when we also say we only get paid when your case is over and you get paid, we mean it. Remember our name, Lundy Law, your injury lawyers. Call 1-800-LUNDY-LAW or visit LundyLaw.com.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. Isn't it time to invest in yourself? Well, how about this? Start a PI Dental Center with decades of experience in complex dental treatment, and I've been a patient of PI Dental for 20 years. Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, they're board-certified prosthodontists. They specialize in the restoration and replacement of teeth, and PI Dental Center are the originators of the Teeth in a Day. It's a revolutionary treatment that delivers fixed teeth and implants placed for a dramatic transformation in a mere 1 day. So visit PIDentalCenter.com. That's PIDentalCenter.com to request your new patient evaluation.
Don't miss a special edition of the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause, brought to you by the Labor and Energy Alliance, this Saturday, November 30th at noon. Find out about the important issues that'll affect you. The Labor and Energy Show at a special time, this Saturday at noon.
Yo, 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 Dad is in the house. What do you call the NordVPN Black Friday deal, huh? The Block Friday deal.
Because you block online threats. Black Friday, Block Friday. Get it? It's hilarious. Get the NordVPN Black Friday deal and block online threats now. NordVPN is rated as outstanding on PC Mag. Just visit NordVPN.com and discover the benefits of this all-around cybersecurity tool. It will encrypt your online traffic. NordVPN's Threat Protection Pro tool will defend you against web trackers, malicious websites, and malware-ridden downloads. So improve your digital privacy and protection with one simple click. Get the special Black Friday deal at NordVPN.com and enjoy safer internet daily. NordVPN. Cybersecurity built for every day.
Wawa's Hot Turkey is back, and it's bringing the comforting flavors of the season with it. Sink into savory stuffing, cozy up with sweet cranberry sauce, and relax into some warm, buttery mashed potatoes. Grab your pillows and blankets because Hot Turkey is back. Plus, get your cozy cravings satisfied from the comfort of your bed with $0 delivery when you order on the Wawa app. Try the Wawa Gobbler today in a hoagie or bowl for a limited time. Gotta have a Wawa.
Hey, Mount Laurel. We know your favorite station is WPHT. Tell your smart speaker to play 1210 WPHT.
Mustard. 7:55, Kayal and Company, live on this Monday morning, November 25th. Thanksgiving week upon us. Nick, Dawn, and Greg here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. And if you're not on YouTube, get on over there because we have lots of video to accompany what we like to call What is on the Cut Sheet.
What's on the cut sheet?
What's on the cut sheet on this Monday? Sponsored by Cherry Hill Volvo, and I have no script, so you know where Cherry Hill Volvo is. Checking them out on Route 70 in Cherry Hill Volvo, where relationships matter. You know where. Just go in there and say hi. Thank Judith for always sponsoring and being such a huge part of this radio program and this radio station for so many years. Okay, let's start with, where do I want to start here? So Sonny Hostin, this is Cut 19 film. Sonny Hostin, for the third time in a week, this was Friday, had to air a disclaimer because she was discussing the Matt Gaetz situation.
Is it that hard as an attorney? By the way, folks, for those that don't realize, she's got a law degree from the University of Notre Dame.
100%.
I think she understands this. But
she should.
Yeah, she keeps getting slapped on the wrist.
Phil, run it, buddy.
I have a legal note. You want to take this one, Joy, or are you Matt Gaetz has long denied all allegations and has not been charged with any crime. That's true. Also, another legal note, Pete Hegseth's lawyer said he paid the woman in 2023 to head off the threat of a baseless lawsuit.
Oh.
He has denied any wrongdoing.
That's interesting. Pay off the witness.
There you go.
Well, at least Sonny was able to deliver it for the third time with a smile on her face.
Is it that hard? We talk extemporaneously for 4 hours, Dawn for 6 hours, and if we get tripped up with something, we say allegedly.
Yes, right. Stories out there. You haven't been proven guilty or not guilty in a court of law. Allegations are allegations until proven otherwise, whether you like the person or not. And it's not that hard to throw in the word allegedly when having your conversation about it.
It's ridiculous
right?
that they have to do this. I understand why they have to do it, but then stop.
I think she's just doing it at this point because it's a bit. It has to be, right?
No.
She just doesn't care.
ABC is like, hell no, you're reading this.
Oh, no, yes, I understand that somebody's telling her this has to be read. But I think she's at the point where she's just either being defiant or she thinks it's a bit in her own little world where people are, because she's on social media, I would assume, or she's been told that her legal note apology thing is going viral. So she'll probably do it again this week.
Yeah. It's unbelievable.
She is just so unlikable.
Speaking of Matt Gaetz, he was on the Charlie Kirk podcast discussing all of this after he withdrew his nomination for Attorney General. And he says he does not intend on joining the 119th Congress. As we know, he stepped down from the 118th Congress, but was reelected, so he could have joined the 119th Congress. He says he's not going to do that. He doesn't intend to, at least. Play cut 4, Phil. Cut 4, Phil.
So, Matt, I now have to ask about just what your plans are, and it's okay if you have to, punt on it because you might not know. It's important to know you resigned from this Congress, not the next Congress. Our audience is 100% behind Matt Gaetz, by the way. They are very, very upset that you were not able to get all the way to Attorney General. I have to ask, what is next for Matt Gaetz?
I'm still going to be in the fight, but it's going to be from a new perch. I do not intend to join the 119th Congress. There are a number of fantastic Floridians who've stepped up to run for my seat, people who have inspired with their heroism, with their public service. And I'm actually excited to see Northwest Florida go to new heights and have great representation. Charlie, I've been in an elected office for 14 years. I first got elected to the state house when I was 26 years old, and I'm 42 now. And I've got some other goals in life that I'm eager to pursue with my wife and my family. And so I'm going to be fighting for President Trump. I'm going to be doing whatever he asks of me, as I always have. But I think that 8 years is probably enough time in the United States Congress. In Florida, our voters got to vote on term limits for state government, and the campaign was 8 is enough. And so you can only do 8 years in the Florida House of Representatives. And so it seems like a pretty poetic time to allow that great new blood to come in, to allow my district to have high quality representation. And don't worry, I'm not going anywhere. I'm not taking off for a tropical excursion for the rest of my life. I am here to help save this country. And one thing the great patriots at Turning Point know, we need people at every level. We need brilliant lawyers on the outside. We need tough congressmen and congresswomen on the inside. We need a leadership structure under President Trump that's going to allow for durability of our movement and the ability to continue this great realignment of our politics. And so I'll play a part in that. I plan to be a big voice, but maybe not as an elected member of the government.
It's very interesting. I think a lot of people just assume because he is well off financially, he was, kind of born into money, he's made his money in politics, that he's going to go into the private sector.
That $179,000 salary, you mean?
Yeah, that $179,000 that probably turned into...
So he's made his money. He's good.
Yeah.
At 40 years old or whatever, he's good with that $179,000 salary he made.
Well,
okay.
I mean,
he grew up, his family's very, very well.
Yeah. And he had a couple of interesting tweets too. He's now apparently doing cameos?
Yes, I was going to get to that.
Yes, and he's also apparently said he's going to start outing people that he knows that are doing the whole Nancy Pelosi allegedly stock market insider trading type stuff. But wouldn't it be interesting on a serious note, because we can have fun with Gaetz all day. It's the content never ends with that guy. Ron DeSantis's term is going to be coming up shortly. Yeah. Do you think he makes a run at Florida governor? Because the second he does, the baggage comes back into play.
No.
There's people speculating that
his politics days are done.
Yeah.
I tend to agree. I tend to agree as well.
And by the way, for as popular as Ron DeSantis is, he could be governor there forever. You know what I mean? I know you can't be, but
right. Oh, he could be, and yes. Would that make him a dictator?
Probably.
Okay.
Probably, or an elected person that the people voted for and like.
Yeah.
Don sent us this on Friday. He said Charlie Kirk asked him about all these allegations against him, and this is cut 16, Phil. This is what he said in regards to that.
That is run in Washington when they're trying to smear somebody. And, they go and dredge up false, years-old allegations of the most salacious and clickbait-y flavor possible. And in this case, those allegations were coming from sources that Merrick Garland's DOJ had already deemed not credible. Like, if the things that the House Ethics Report were true, I would be under indictment and probably in a prison cell. But of course, they're false.
Okay, so he says they're false. I tend to think they're probably more accurate than false. I can be honest and say that. I like Charlie. I'd be interested to hear if Charlie Kirk followed up and pushed back. Of course not, right? But anyway, to me, at the end of the day, it's not that hard to. And this is something I've never really understood. It's not that hard to stay out of trouble. You know what's interesting? We just mentioned DeSantis. Let me ask you this. Honest question. Has there ever been an ounce of baggage on Ron DeSantis?
No.
Nothing.
No.
Radio silence.
Yep.
Why? He's probably a good guy. He's probably not a scumbag with his wife. He's got daughters. He's got kids. He seems to be a pretty grounded dude, right? Former athlete, military, Ivy League. Seems to be living, now look, it doesn't mean he could have skeletons for all I know, right? But usually when you have baggage, things get floated out there.
Especially when you run for president.
Yes. So I would think that, it's not to bury Matt Gaetz, because both sides are full of bad politicians that do a lot of awful things behind the scenes because they can't control themselves and they think they're untouchable. But a guy like DeSantis out there, there's nothing on him. It's remarkable. Yeah. So I don't feel bad, whether it's on my side or the other side, when the other side tries to show that, hey, we've got dirt on you. Remember back in the day when you did the hanky-panky with, oh, yeah, here we go. Just keep your nose out of trouble.
Yeah.
Not that difficult. Do what I do. Go home, watch the football game, pour a drink. Stay out of trouble.
Well, Matt Gaetz, to your point, is now on Cameo. So his next career, I guess, he's taking.
Now, I'm going to sound like an old guy here.
Yes. You pay them
for like birthday shout outs and messages,
them
right?
To give you messages.
Okay.
For $500 a pop, is it?
Is that what he's charging?
Yeah.
Well, good for him. I'm not going to crush him. Capitalism, man. If somebody's dumb enough to give you $500, then knock yourself out, man.
I would do it as a bit.
I'm going to create one when I get home today.
No. I would pay for a Matt Gaetz cameo just as a bit. Like, send it to somebody who detests him. And you should send it to your mother-in-law.
I was just going to say, I was going to send it to my mother-in-law. Hi, Judy. Matt Gaetz from here, from Florida.
Oh, that would actually, I'm rethinking this whole thing. I think it's a brilliant idea now.
Wishing you a great Thanksgiving. Deb says DeSantis can't run again. He's term limited to 2. Yes, we know, Deb.
I know. Everybody calm down. Everybody calm down.
These fact checkers.
It's good. No, it's good. Keeping us honest. We know what we're doing. That's why Nick made the joke about being a dictator. Anyway.
Sometimes I think my brilliance just goes over people's heads. Yes. I don't know.
It certainly goes over Dawn and I's.
Well, sometimes it just goes in circles. Nice. Sometimes it just loops around in circle, too. I let that sit there and marinate for a while, right? I like that.
All right, Matt Gaetz on Cameo, 5, Phil.
Hey, Lisa Kovac, it's your favorite former Congressman Matt Gaetz. I just wanted to thank you for being a longtime patriot, for supporting President Trump through thick and thin. And I know you were bummed out when the news broke that I wouldn't be the next Attorney General. We did get a great replacement in Pam Bondi. She's going to do an awesome job. You have nothing to worry about. But hey, listen, I'm still going to be in the fight for you and your family. And I know things are tough right now dealing with your car and Bruce, and I wish him a very speedy recovery. So next time you visit Florida, as everyone should do very frequently, make sure to pay a visit with your lovely Aunt Kathy. Stop by and say hello. Also, say hello to your mother, Carol, for me. And have a Merry Christmas. Have a great Thanksgiving. Enjoy your family. And this is just such an exciting time to be an American. We've got the House. We've got the Senate. We've got Donald Trump in the presidency. We're going to actually fix the problems. We're going to secure the border, clean up our streets, get the economy roaring again. So we've got a lot to be thankful for. Austin loves you very much for sending this video.
Oh, boy.
And I wish you all the best through thick and thin, just like you've been there for me and for President Trump. And I can assure you, as we approach the holiday season, the best is yet to come.
Yeah, it must be an exciting time in America. He got $500 to say a minute and 17 seconds worth of scripted hogwash.
I got to give it to him. He's working it.
He is.
He got everybody's names in there. He's not reading from a prompter.
Who's Austin, by the way?
There's a script in front of him.
There's a
100% a script.
I mean, he did a good. He's working it.
All
He's
right.
working for that cash.
Austin's going to be excited. If Austin is the husband of that lady, Austin's going to be really pissed when he finds out his wife dropped $500 to Matt Gaetz for a cameo.
It's a nice little gift. And who was the aunt? Carol or whatever, like the aunt and the grandma. And
Yeah, do you say? Yeah, I wanted to analyze a few of the more important things in that clip there. Do you say aunt or aunt?
She just said aunt.
Well, I know Dawn, but Dawn quoted him.
Yeah, I was quoting him.
Right.
The aunt.
Are you an aunt or an aunt? I use aunt.
Aunt.
Yeah, so do I.
Yeah.
Aunt.
Yeah. Aunt.
Now, everybody who uses aunt will say ants are the things, the little black things that you step on.
Yes.
The
Right.
bugs.
Yeah.
Or don't step on.
Yeah. And also, what's up with the glasses there for Gates? Is that the first stage into looking like Rachel Maddow? What's going on with the shade? I mean,
speaking of Rachel Maddow, can we do something? Somebody posted this over the weekend, and I just wanted to remind everybody how politics is professional wrestling, and the people who analyze it are professional wrestlers. Let's go back to a long time ago when there were two people who used to host a show together on MSNBC. I don't know if you saw this, Nick. Did you see this?
Yes, a certain right-wing person and a left-wing person.
Uh-oh.
Dawn, have you seen this yet?
Yeah.
Okay. Just if you want to see this, go to YouTube because boy, how appearances change. I don't know what year this is. Probably in the early to mid 2000s.
Mm-hmm.
Roll it.
Maddow shaking her head preemptively. We haven't even started talking yet, and already you're going like that.
I read the speech, right? I paid attention to this all day. I was sitting upstairs and right outside your office.
Rachel
and I was
Maddow,
writing out
Tucker
arguments
Carlson.
and things that I wanted to talk about.
Can we pause
And
it
then,
but leave the screen frozen?
Yeah.
So they got the rundown there on the left. Bin Laden, college, cereal ads, and Google porn. Looks like our show sheet.
So there's Rachel Maddow.
Okay, we can continue.
And Tucker Carlson.
Okay.
Yeah, keep going.
You sitting there smiling through Joe Scarborough. Yes, showing Osama, Howard Dean, Osama, John Kerry, Osama, Ted Kennedy.
Didn't it blow your mind?
I'm actively mad at you.
Didn't it blow your mind?
It blew my mind that that's your take on it.
Isn't it uncanny? It's incredible. Every single talking point. And as I said to Joe,
Tucker
I am
Carlson
in no way
with his bad bow tie on.
the moral. I'm not comparing.
I'm not comparing this.
The moral value
of talking points from the DNC.
It's incredible.
There's no comparison.
It's incredible. You could go through the whole list. I literally expected him to say
think
Hillary in 08.
I think that this should be. I think that Elon Musk should buy MSNBC and have these two host a show together.
My gosh.
I think it would be amazing.
They would both ask for $50 million a year.
Who cares?
Can you
it's worth
imagine,
it.
though?
It's worth it. Whatever they both ask for, it's worth it. Right?
What a powder keg. I mean, that would be it would be an explosion.
Just remember too, when all these people say that these other people are the Antichrist and this, that, the other. It's all an act. It's
So
all a ruse.
you don't think if Tucker Carlson and Rachel Maddow got together today that there would be some ill will between the two?
No, no, I don't.
You don't think she hates his guts?
She might. I don't know, but
I think she does.
Yeah.
But my guess is that she now I don't know. I mean, that might have been. So that's Howard Dean Bin Laden. Was that
2004?
Yeah, that's got to be close to 20 years old, right?
Okay, so again, agreed. Like we.
Well, my question being was she out of her mind left wing then? Because I had no idea 20 years ago who Rachel Maddow was.
She hosted a radio show on Air America.
Okay.
She started her career in radio, local radio actually in New Hampshire or something.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
She was like a news person.
Good call though on the Tucker bow tie. Very few people can pull off the bow tie.
He was. I mean, he would probably even admit it now that was just a bad.
Yeah.
Like him having a show on MSNBC. Really, it just shows you how far everything has gone. You know what I mean? How far everything has come.
So
MSNBC.
where do you
Tucker
think
Carlson.
where do you think Tucker Carlson was on the political spectrum when he was doing that show?
Oh, he was
always conservative.
He was always conservative.
Okay.
I'm not saying that. He was
Okay.
always because they used to do Crossfire.
Okay.
Him and Paul Begala did Crossfire on CNN, and Paul Begala took the Democrat talking points, and Tucker Carlson took the Republican talking points, and they used to argue. It was a bad show too.
And then there's the famous one with Jon Stewart.
Yeah, where Jon
Remember that
Stewart
one?
came on and just
Called
completely roasted both of them. It was amazing. But I just think it's just funny to me to dredge up these old videos.
Oh
and
my
just be
God.
like, let these two host a show together.
I think it would be a ratings smash.
Agreed.
One of two things.
Yeah.
So I'll add another layer to what I said at 6:30 with Elon and the potential of buying MSNBC. I don't think he would make it, Fox News. I said that in the first hour. So I said he would probably just make it a centrist news-based network. Like we talked about, CNN's glory days where, they were reporting live from wars, all that stuff. Or if you don't do that, then you legitimately have to get the biggest flamethrowers on the left and the biggest fireball hurlers on the right and put them together in the debate-oriented type shows, right?
Yep.
And maybe the whole debate thing and stage debates has jumped the shark. It certainly has in sports television. But maybe that's the way you do it. And I'm not saying you have to have a bunch of Rachel Maddows versus Tucker Carlson's, but you got to have a Scott Jennings versus this person, or somebody that's left-leaning versus somebody that's right-leaning, and get enough of roundtable panels of everybody that agrees on everything. That's why I think the 5 does so well. Now, it's still 4-on-1, but you're going to get Tarlov or Harold Ford on there giving the Democrat version of the issues of the day. And I think that's why it's successful. I think that's why Scott Jennings has had success. It's not that Scott Jennings is super, super compelling, but he's at least willing to go in there with a set of stones and fight 4 liberals on the desk.
We talked a lot about the holiday travel season, which apparently begins tomorrow. Pete Buttigieg,
Mayor Pete, remember him?
Was discussing the expected TSA problems and record-breaking holiday travel.
Buttigieg!
Cut 14, Phil, go.
We are a week out from Thanksgiving, and TSA is expecting a potentially record-breaking holiday travel season. If recent experience is any guide, these will likely be some of the busiest travel days in U.S. history. While there are, of course, some factors that affect travel, especially the weather, that are truly out of anybody's control, we can take and have taken a number of steps to make travel better. The efficiency of flights themselves, the facilities at the airport that you use before and after you're on board, and, of course, the new expansive passenger protections that we have secured in the event that your travel is disrupted.
And while you guys are home having turkey and stuffing, Mayor Pete will be chest feeding a Cabbage Patch Kid.
That's not. I mean, you don't have to do that.
There's no reason. We talk about all of the post-travel horror stories that we're almost inevitably going to have. You're going to have clips on the cut sheet of people freaking out on a flight, going nuts, being disrespectful to people. You're going to have all these disasters. And what I'm wondering is, and I don't know anybody that would actually have this answer, but if you look at the history of the Secretary of Transportation, has anybody dealt with more bad PR than this guy has dealt with? Think about it. We had the East Palestine train derailments. We've had countless flights with issues, especially with the DEI stuff in the airline industry. What other transportation nightmares have we had that we've talked about on this show where this guy is, it technically falls under his jurisdiction? That's going to be a spot where if you're the successor to Mayor Pete in the Trump administration.
Who is the successor? Because
I have the actual pack out of everything.
Yeah. He's named most of his cabinet, hasn't he?
Yeah.
There are a few missing spots, but we have it. I'm scrolling.
Secretary has been filled. It's not, no, that was urban development. That's Scott Turner. We mentioned it last week. I gave you the power rankings. Secretary, Transportation.
Tulsi National Intelligence.
Sean Duffy.
That's right.
Rachel's husband.
Rachel's man.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
How did I forget that one?
I know.
Yeah, really.
Real World turned Fox
Rachel.
Business anchor.
He was a senator, too.
Yeah.
He's a senator for at least, 8 years in Wisconsin?
Yep.
Yeah, I just love how all these Trump people aren't qualified. Pete Buttigieg was like the mayor of South Bend, Indiana. A population of 14. There's more people in Bluebell.
The funny thing about Pete, so here's what I would say about Pete Buttigieg. When he does interviews, he's an impressive guy, right? Military experience. That's an example of somebody who has a good look, right, for the whole DEI portfolio. Let's say he sounds good, he looks good, but when they inserted him into that job, you actually have to be good at running the Department of Transportation.
Yeah.
It's a great example of how somebody might do a great job in a job interview, but that doesn't mean that they're qualified to do the job.
Yeah. And I don't care. I couldn't care less about his personal life. But when I got that guy up there lecturing me that certain roadways are inherently racist, I tune out everything you say for the rest of your term. You miss me with that nonsense.
I would say Sean Duffy is a father. He and Rachel Campos Duffy have 9 kids. Think of just the transportation nightmare for that family.
I know.
That probably...
They need their own SEPTA bus.
They do need their own SEPTA bus.
Unbelievable. Look at all these people with 10 kids.
That's amazing. That's back in the day, 6 to 9 kids. That was not unusual. Nowadays, if you have 4 kids, it's unusual.
You need that Gen Z $587,000 salary to support 10 kids.
They gave the last White House dinner over the weekend. It was a black tie affair. Joe dressed up in his tuxedo. And then he said this. This is cut 1, Phil.
One thing I've always believed about public service, and especially the presidency,
tie's crooked,
is the importance of asking ourselves, have we left the country in better shape than we found it?
How about no? Blows his nose. Pulls out his hanky.
I can say with all my heart, the answer to that question is a resounding yes because of you.
There you go.
So are you better off now? Forget then when Trump was in office. Are you better off now than when Biden took office? I guess technically the answer would be yes, because he took office in January of 2021 as we were 9 months into a pandemic. So he's technically not wrong, but the reality is no. That's why you were fired, sir. That's why Kamala was fired. But just look at that there. Bow tie crooked, handkerchief full of snot. It's pop. It's over. It just throw the flannel on. Get your cup of tea. Put the TV tray up next to the recliner, grab the clicker, and watch the ball game.
By the way, Gavin Newsom 100% running for president, and I believe it started on November 6th, but he's touring red districts, red areas in California that voted for Donald Trump in California.
Why do you guys hate me?
And he said this. This is cut 9, Phil.
I care about people. I don't care who you voted for.
Yes, you do.
I care about people. I care about Trump supporters. I care about RFK Jr. supporters. I care about Tucker Carlson supporters. I care about Charlie Kirk supporters. I care about Ben Shapiro supporters. I care about all people. I care about protecting them, their public safety, and their public health.
I care about Dan Bongino supporters. I care about Jesse Waters supporters. I care about Newsmax. Boy, is he already planting the seed.
Oh, 100%.
100%. I think America will reject him. I saw there was 2 polls, one of which came out of Newsweek and another one was from, I believe, Echelon or another outlet. And there's one that says Democrats want Kamala Harris to run it back in 2028, which would be a losing recipe.
Oh, she's done.
She's done. And then there's another one that says Mayor Pete Buttigieg is considered a rising star in the Democrat Party. If he starts touting identity politics, it's going to lose. And I think Gavin Newsom is smart enough to reject identity politics, even though that's kind of what his state has subscribed to. I just don't think he's electable because I think people will see through him. He just, it's the classic used car salesman. He's just saying what he thinks he can get away with, right?
Yep.
I don't think if Gavin Newsom against J.D. Vance in 2028, J.D. Vance wins. There's your prediction 4 years from now. Mark the tape.
Bill Clinton has written his 3rd memoir, I believe, because he needs to write more books.
If you've written one memoir, why do you?
Great question.
How do you get to a second or a
more
third?
money.
It's a great question.
Well.
Yeah, exactly. So, of course, it's just I pulled this clip just because I wanted to. Because I feel like a lot of these elder Democrats are like kind of dancing on Kamala Harris's grave, and it's just interesting to me, especially because of what Bill Clinton said on Trump's win. He says, "I can't say I was surprised." Really? Because you really did a very good job of going out there saying like, well, the country can't elect this guy.
Well, yeah.
Right?
He was, out there on the campaign trail, which I said was not going to work because he doesn't resonate with today's young Democrats. But really, I mean, if you think about it, and we played you a few of the clips of not only Bill, but also Hillary.
Yep.
Trump's messaging on immigration is no different than Democrats of 30 years ago.
Yep. All right, play 10, Phil.
I'd say I was surprised. I had the feeling all along that at the end, this thing might break one way or the other, and all the so-called swing states would vote together because the last 2, 3, 4% were actually pretty much alike throughout the country.
You also write, our oldest demons are patient ones, always eager to manifest themselves in new clothes.
There you go. Sorry, I don't know why that cut off there.
All right. So for me, when you listen to Bill there, it's obvious, and it's no different. I think this is for past politicians, past top-of-the-line celebrities that are washed up, or today's hot celebrities. So we're talking from Bill Clinton to Bruce Springsteen to Bon Jovi to Oprah to Beyonce, all the way down to Taylor Swift. I think if any of them pay attention to politics, and perhaps some of them do, they knew that Kamala was a bad pick. But they took the paycheck. I mean, You heard Oprah.
Yep.
What did she get, $2.5 million for her production company? She knows that Kamala was a hack.
She denied that, right? She denied that she didn't get paid for.
Well, she denies that she personally got paid, but her production company received the check.
Like Bill Clinton. It depends on what the definition of is, right?
Well, there you go.
Oakland, California, speaking of California, is going to solve its budget crisis by laying off 70 cops, closing fire stations, and reducing library hours.
Why don't we close hospitals while we're at it, too?
Cut 6, Phil. This is a news report.
This is Oakland.
Already shortened police department makes absolutely no sense. And to cut the fire department means absolutely no sense.
Tahira Hodge worries about possible cuts to police and fire. She and her family evacuated from their home last month in the Keller fire. She credits the fire department for saving her neighborhood.
I looked out and I saw all the smoke and there was some fire in the trees, and I was like, oh my gosh.
In a contingency budget plan released in June, the city talked about reducing the police force down to around 600 officers. Right now, the city has roughly 670 officers. Oakland had 613 officers back in 2013, so 600 would make it the smallest force in years. The contingency plan would also brown out a handful of fire stations, freeze positions across city departments, and reduce hours at rec centers, libraries, and senior centers.
It's just remarkable. You look at Oakland, you look at Portland, you look at Seattle, you look at these Pacific Northwest hellholes that are just turned into dumpster fires because of progressive policies. So you want to get rid of police, you want to get rid of fire. Let's go to the EMS. Let's get rid of social workers. They just want to, and I'm all for stripping down government, but I need to have my heroes out there doing what they need to do. I'm all about getting rid of the wasteful agencies that are just putting us further in debt. And yet these towns, could you imagine, San Francisco's brutal, but at least there's some beauty to it. You go to the other side of the bay, if you've ever been there, Oakland is rough.
It is.
Yeah, it is.
Really, I can't imagine them getting rid of more police in Oakland with a crime. And by the way, let me just point this out. Oakland is a sanctuary city.
Oh, of course.
Just keep that in mind.
As we are.
When they're when they're slashing all these budgets for everything. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
70 less. Can you imagine?
Yeah.
I just that's their reaction to things.
Yes.
That's their reaction to bad government, to bad governance, to bad bookkeeping.
Yep.
Lay off cops.
Mhm.
Great idea.
Uh-huh.
Let's stick with California. This is Riverside, California. This is a 16-year-old female athlete who has a male on her team. She spoke out at the this board meeting for her school that it's not okay to have a male in her team locker room. This is cut 7. Phil, go.
I'm a student at Martin Luther King High School, and I run on the cross-country team, so I'm constantly affected by these actions that have taken place this season, and I have been around the females and just my team in general who have felt almost silenced to speak out about it because the whole LGBTQ is shoved down our throats, it is put in our face, and we live in a society where it is almost impossible to speak out on it without facing the repercussions of it. And I went myself to have a discussion with the head of the athletic director when nobody really felt comfortable enough to speak out. And I don't think it's fair, knowing Caitlin and knowing Taylor, to see their spots getting taken away, to see all these things being jeopardized for one person. It feels as though that my school and the school district is choosing to support one person instead of the whole team and the whole school as a total. Like, it's not fair. It's not okay. I try my best not to put personal beliefs into it, but seeing this first-handedly, seeing my teammates getting their spots taken for one person that's choosing to be a girl, it's not okay. I've done my research. I've looked into the CIF rules, and I've looked into the NCAA rules, 2 completely different things. And when I went into this meeting with the athletic director, I knew that. I knew that going into it, that teachers and coaches and people in the office can't speak on personal opinion. And then to see the athletic director turn around and tell my teammates that their shirts that say Save Girls Sports be compared to a swastika, that is not okay. These girls feel silenced. They felt silenced. And when they finally spoke out and did something to go against it and speak out, not directed towards a single person at all, they were completely stabbed in the back by the person that we were told would support us and be able to help us through this. They said that it was a hate crime, that they were targeting that one person, and that is not the case at all. Taylor and Caitlin are 2 of the most nice people I've ever met in my life, and to see them having to be told that they're being hateful people is not okay. And it is not okay that I have to be in a position where I'm going to practice and having to see a male in booty shorts and having to see that around me. As a 16-year-old girl, I don't find that as a safe environment. I don't at all. And going into a locker room and seeing males in there, I don't find that safe. I don't find going to the bathroom safe when there's guys in there. It's not okay. I'm a 16-year-old girl. There's girls around me where we do not feel safe having boys in our environment. And it isn't okay. It isn't okay to have them on our team.
Great work out of that girl. The courage to stand up and speak out. Sadly, I think it will take more girls doing that and less people like me on a platform that I have. Because according to the left, it's a hate crime to recognize biology, right? It's not a personal opinion. It's biology. And we don't get to pick and choose when we believe in science and when we don't believe in science, right? The left loved to tell us in the pandemic, trust the science, right? Trust the science. And then a girl says, you know what? I'm 16 and I don't want Bob in the locker room with his junk bouncing around, but now I'm a bigot. No, I'm not a bigot. It's just we created separate bathrooms. Good for that girl.
We saw Riley Gaines, she helped start this and kick it big time into action in our area. And it's the one issue that we don't talk enough about, that conservatives and non-conservatives, parents in the burbs, grandparents, felt that they didn't want to speak out about it because they were bullied, just like this girl's bullied. Everybody was bullied about it and called some kind of a bigot. You're a bully. You're mean.
Yep.
And so what they did was they said, no, this is not going to happen. We're not going to stand for this. And this drove people to vote the way they did.
Sure.
Because they felt that this is absurd.
Yes. There's something wrong in your country when 80 to 90% of society feels one way, but are told not to speak out against it.
that math doesn't compute. So you've got something wrong, right? So how can 9 out of 10 Americans agree that this is absurd, yet if you say something, you're the one in the wrong? Don't make sense to me.
Let's stick on this for just one more here. This is, I believe this is Wisconsin. The Watertown School District bans males from girls' bathrooms and sports in a reversal from a 2016 policy. This is cut 13. Phil, go.
I believe that a girl should be in the girls' restroom and a boy should be in the boys' restroom.
After more than an hour of heated public comment,
you are killing me. You are killing trans people.
Board members approved a new plan requiring students to use the bathroom that matches their biological sex. Students also have to play sports teams that match their biological sex.
I was relieved that I feel like girls' sports won't be taken away from them. Their bathrooms will be safe. They won't have to worry about undressing in a locker room with men that should not be there.
The previous guidelines had been in place since 2016, allowing students to use bathrooms and play on teams matching the gender they identified with.
So I love the individual there that says, you are killing trans people. Where are the stories of all the trans people that are being killed? I must apparently have not seen it in the news. Or I haven't seen any of the stories popping up. If you have any links that document this, I'd like to see it, because this whole thing of we're under attack, you're not under attack.
Well, I have reported in the news that, here in Philadelphia, we've had some high-profile cases that I've reported over the years, that people in the trans community who maybe there's a propensity to be in certain relationships or be in a situation where they surprise, let's say, a trans female who is a biological male and has man parts, will go on a date as an escort or what have you. And then the surprised person, right, who went on the app and thinks that they're with a lovely lady, realize this is a true thing, and then it leads to somebody becoming violent, which is horrifying.
Okay,
but that's
sure.
In general, generally speaking, they're noted as a domestic
violence situation.
That they're vulnerable in these types of situations.
I just don't see the random trans guy walks into a coffee shop and then got punched because he's trans. Like most people don't care that you're trans.
No, it's usually domestic in nature.
Yes.
By the way, that situation that you're talking about, Dawn, has gone on forever. Like if a dude is, with a what he believes is a female and he reaches down and he grabs junk, like violence is going to occur. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like I hate to say that, but
is that a roll of quarters in your pocket, or
it's true. It's not because of what bathroom somebody can use. Speaking of that, Katie Tur from MSNBC?
Yeah.
Her father is a transgender female. And she was interviewed, I can't even believe I'm saying this, over the weekend by my friend Michael Smerconish on his Saturday morning show.
Okay.
About asking if this person, like, what bathroom they use, because this person allegedly got the full operation, so has all the
female parts.
Yeah, and I'm just knowing that from the clip that I saw.
Okay.
Zoe Tur.
Okay. So this is Katie Tur's dad, from male to female, now calls himself Zoe.
He explains a lot about Katie, doesn't it? Yeah. No, look. It's out there. She dated Keith Olbermann, who was way, way older than her.
Explains a lot about Keith.
It explains a lot about her and having daddy issues, does it not,
well,
guys?
A couple years ago, there was a big article about her that her father was violent toward her, and that she is estranged.
Hence the
daddy issues.
Yeah, hence the
mental health,
the love with Keith Olbermann that she had when she was in her early 20s, and he was not in his early 20s.
Yeah, he was 80.
All right, so
by the way, look up when the New York Post did the article. There's a picture of her as a little girl with her dad, who at that point was still identifying as a male.
Yeah.
Look at the photo. Looks like he could be Keith Olbermann's brother.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh my God!
That's wow. That's sad.
Can you send this? Can you send that to Phil? So,
Aw,
Phil, if you're
that's
listening,
sad.
which I know you are.
That's like a messed up.
You know, my wife thinks I'm crazy. I come home every day at 10:45 because she works remotely. I feel more and more vindicated that I'm just a normal dude after the stuff I talk about for 4 hours a day.
I'm telling you, girl dads out there, be attentive. Make sure you are present.
Yep.
Make sure you are loving and caring and.
Or they end up dating Keith Olbermann. There's your ad right there.
All right, let's get back to Zoe Tur, who was interviewed by Michael Smerconish. This is cut 15. Go.
Zoe, at what point in your own experience, can't believe I'm asking the question, but I am, but at what point in your own experience?
Stop it. Dawn, you are 100% right. We don't even need the photo. Look at the picture.
Mm-hmm.
That is a female Keith Olbermann. That is a female Keith Olbermann.
Nice little Patagonia quarters.
And when I say female, it's a dude, but it's identifies as a female.
Right.
The glasses, the whole. But wait till you see him when
oh my God! It's
I know it's
eerie.
wow. That's.
Oh, sweetie, I'm sorry. I'm
on the next
sorry.
Countdown podcast.
No, I do.
I'm
well, it does just explain.
Look at the headline: bathroom battle.
Phil? I am sorry. Can you start this? Can you start
hit
this
the rewind
button over? Sorry.
Zoe, at what point in your own experience, can't believe I'm asking the question, but I am, but at what point in your own experience did you begin using the ladies' room, and what was that like?
The first time was after sexual reassignment surgery. So after I had gone through extensive surgery, and it was about a couple, 2 years or so before, while I was on hormones. And that was the first time I felt compelled to use a woman's room. And I've never had a problem all around the world. And, no one has said anything. And, maybe because, I'm seen as female. But I can understand the trepidation and fear among some people. People are very fearful right now. And, they see, they've been told that transgender athletes are going to be taking over sports, and they're going to be invading our women's, only spaces. This is all fear-mongering. It sells. It's great for fundraising. And the Republican Party knew this, and they used it to their advantage. Very cynical, but it works. And then you're left with Kamala Harris and others trying to fight against, a perceived threat. It's hard to fight a lie. It's hard to fight a mean threat. It is, you're already on your back foot trying to get control of the narrative. By that time, if you keep telling people the same lies over and over, within a couple of weeks, they start believing it.
Okay, so there's like three things I want to start with here. Number one, so Zoe Tur says, I've been going into female bathrooms and I've never had a negative or awkward encounter. Look, most people don't pay attention to anything when they're in a bathroom other than getting in and getting out, right? Mm-hmm. Like we're not in there to socialize and chit chat and the whole bit. So you got our head down, you do your thing, you wash up, you get out, right? That's number one. Number two, yes, it's not an invasion statistically and mathematically. I would argue, though, that one female stepping into one man stepping into female sports is too many. Ask yourself, it's like the same thing with the border crisis. Well, how do you think Laken Riley's parents feel? How do you think the father and mom of that daughter on the track team feels having a starting spot taken away, a scholarship taken away, all that type of stuff. And then with the whole lie thing, it's not a lie. We're seeing it. But the numbers, the trans community within the LGBT community is only about 9%. And the trans community, I gave you these numbers on Friday, there's only about, of the American population, it's 0.5% to 1.6%. So it's not this massive statistical invasion, but say that to the 900 females. I think that UK study showed that there were 900 instances.
If you're part of that 1 out of 900, you feel violated.
Yep.
And you shouldn't have to feel that way.
Yep.
And then the other point I wanted to make is we always only see it male to female. So somebody needs to answer this question for me. Why are we not seeing female to male? I don't ever hear a story of a biological female who said, you know what, I want to have male genitalia, and then I'm going to go into a football team and become the starting left tackle. Why is that? Because there's a difference in the genders.
Well, it's because there's a different threat threshold. It's the same reason when girls run in the guys' bathroom at the concert or the game, guys don't care because women, females, were not generally seen as a threat by males. But on the other side, and you think of Nancy Mace, I'll go back to her because she's a rape survivor. You think of the vulnerability. And so now take it down to a high school or a middle school level where it's not a workplace where you don't know people, you're not even paying attention, and you have maybe a bigger bathroom with bigger stalls and that sort of thing. Everybody in a school setting, all those kids know each other.
Mm-hmm.
And also they're at a sensitive age, and you heard the young lady that you played, you feel threatened.
Yeah.
You just do. You feel threatened. And so where is the voice for the other side?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'm all for people, you be you be who you are. But when there's a threat, when a girl or a young woman or any woman feels that there's a threat, that's an imminent threat, why doesn't her voice matter?
Mm-hmm.
What happened to Me Too?
It's the victim. It's the victimhood pyramid. It's the trans community is the bigger victim than females. You got to read it. It's amazing. It's all identity politics, and it's the pyramid of starting at the top with the littlest sliver. They're the biggest victim, and then you widen as you go down.
Yep.
Ill Skills has a great tweet, and I agree with this. He says, correct me if I'm wrong, but I feel like the LGBTQ is getting a bad rap because of T lately, as in T, as in the T in trans, in LGBTQ+. I think he's totally right because, I mean, lesbians aren't acting like this. Gay people are not acting like this. Bisexual people are not acting like this. They're not shoving it down your throat with what their sexual orientation or preference is. And I would say this to the trans community, people are accepting of you just like they are with gay or lesbian or bisexual. The difference is you're like making these rules for society. Mm-hmm. You will refer to me by my pronouns or it's discrimination. Like, people do not want to be told how they have to address somebody. You ever see those bumper stickers with don't tread on me? That's what I feel like's happening here. Like, you're forcing your beliefs upon the rest of us, which I think most of us really don't care. As long as you're not harming anybody, I don't really care what you do behind closed doors. Go on whatever website, whatever app you want, whatever you're into. As long as it's not a crime and it doesn't involve a minor, I think the rest of us couldn't care less what you do behind closed doors.
Exactly. But that's why I think the issue, and I've said before, in the workplace, if Zoe came in the bathroom, I'm sure I would never even notice it.
You probably wouldn't.
You know what I mean?
Right.
But it's very different for different workplaces. But I will say I can't speak for somebody who has different issues than I have. Do you know what I mean? Like, so if somebody is, if somebody feels threatened, why can't they're, as a biological female and it says women's bathroom, then you know what? If you're a business or a school, create a separate space.
Yeah.
I have a question for Nick since he's a girl dad.
Yep.
And I just know from my own experience.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, if we're out in public and my son has to go to the bathroom, I usually take him in, but sometimes my wife will take him in.
Yep.
You know what I mean? Do you ever take your daughters? Have you ever taken your daughters? Not at this age, obviously, but when they were little. Did you ever take them into a men's room?
Yes.
You did?
Yep.
Okay.
What I did was we did this countless times, restaurants, things like that. I would, if my wife was like, you want to take him, it's your turn. I'm like, yep. Get up, hold their hands, walk down. And I'd say, all right, girls, hold on a second. I open up the men's room door, see if anybody's in there. If it's empty, we go in, I take them into the stall, lock the thing, they do their thing. I get out, wash their hand. And if a guy comes in, sorry, buddy, had to walk, yeah, no problem, bro. No, I get it.
Yeah.
But if there's a guy in there, we would wait until I'm not going to take him in while there's a dude in there.
Gotcha.
Yep.
I will say my dad never took me into a men's room.
Really?
No. He might barricade the ladies' room door. But
yeah, I've done that as well,
never...
where I let them go into the girls' room and I just wait outside.
But
I will say in concerts over the years, like in college and beyond, you know how the women's line, like at the Wells Fargo Center, it's like I have gone in men's bathrooms.
Yeah.
During, with girlfriends, and the guys are like, yeah, but I never felt threatened.
Well, the reason I bring it up is because Kevin writes on the YouTube chat, he took his 7-year-old daughter into the men's room at a Black Sabbath concert. He goes, the guys made way for her and could not have been nicer.
Yeah.
So I'm just curious because I don't know what etiquette is. I just know having a boy, like sending a 3 or 4-year-old boy into that's not a big deal.
But I would never take my daughters into the girls' bathroom, the ladies' restroom. I would knock on the door and I'd say, "Go in there, girls." If somebody's in there, the whole bit. But I would stay outside.
Because if you're alone with your daughters and they're little out somewhere and they have to go to the bathroom, like you can't just say, "Okay, go into the ladies' room by yourself at 3 or 4 years old."
But you should hold the door. I mean, it's like with mom, like me with boys when they were little, whether it's a dad with daughters or a mom with sons. You know me, I'm always I see pedophiles, so it's like
you still take your boys to the bathroom now at 18. Come on, David.
But I would always hold the door open. Like they could go in the men's bathroom. I would hold the door open, make sure nobody was in there, and then I would stand there with the door open.
Yeah, I get that.
Just stand there.
Sure.
By the way, no guy is gonna care.
No.
If a female comes in with her, no guy is gonna care.
They don't
at all.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So but on the other hand, I would not just walk into a female restroom. Like Dawn stands on, you could walk into a male's restroom and most men would be like, "Hey, babe," but nobody would
cheering.
Nobody would care.
Are you calling me a cheap prick?
But if I walked into a female bathroom, it'd be a completely different. Yes, it'd be a completely different
dirty.
story.
Jump on me, go for it.
Absolutely.
That's what we do here.
Absolutely. It's just food for thought. All right, let me end with a little funny thing here. So Dana Carvey was ripped for his Elon Musk impression. By Elon Musk himself. They didn't think, and Dana Carvey admitted on the Fly on the Wall podcast, which by the way is an Odyssey podcast exclusive. That he says that he doesn't super like his Elon Musk impression, and he just kind of did it because SNL asked him to.
So Carvey doesn't like his own work, is what you're saying?
Exactly.
Okay.
At least according to this podcast that he does with David Spade.
All right.
Roll it, Phil.
And then Elon Musk, you pull back, he's sitting there going, "This is a good idea. I'll make a flamethrower."
Hey, right, I got my hat. I'm Doc Mega.
Doc Mega.
Doc Mega. I can't do Elon Musk very well, but I can do something that sounds not like anything. He has an incredible accent.
Where is his accent from?
South Africa, via Canada, via
South Africa.
Pennsylvania. South Africa. It's almost like it's a little bit of Australian in there, a little bit of British.
My buddy from Rules
totally
Engagement was South African, South African, dear. And Charlize does not sound. Charlize,
no.
Let's just admit, she took the beautiful cutaway award at the goddamn Tyson fight. You see that, Heather? You see her?
Oh.
By the way, David Spade, he's getting up there in age.
I was just going to say
he
that.
has a nice head of hair on him.
Carvey doesn't look like he's aged a bit.
Yep.
And Spade has aged very poorly.
Do you think so? No, he has a nice head of hair on him. I don't know.
I was just noticing the grays in the beard, but my grays are starting to show too. So
he doesn't like his he doesn't like his Elon Musk impression.
I was more taken back by what you said. Apparently, you said Elon did not like the impression either.
No, Elon. I think he commented on Twitter that he doesn't.
Okay.
He didn't think it was a great impression.
And this also follows the story of the girl from SNL who cried because Elon didn't find her joke funny, right? And we criticized her for not having thicker skin. But why do I get the feeling that Elon's kind of a jerk? I'm starting to think that Elon Musk, and I get it, free speech, the whole bit, Doge, I love you on that. But it might be kind of a jag-off.
Why? Because he
I don't think that at all.
Yeah,
I just think
he doesn't find that impression funny. He didn't find the joke funny.
But
with
it
all due
wasn't
respect,
that good compared to
I
compared
agree.
to all of.
Yeah.
I think Elon. You got to remember, he's somebody who is very blunt.
Yeah.
Right, because Asperger's. What is Asperger's? What is that about? It's somebody who who is, and I have relatives who tested, their sons for Asperger's.
Yeah.
It's somebody who doesn't do all the like social graces necessarily. They speak in a very direct and blunt way.
Oh, I get that. Yeah.
And so he's somebody who, I mean, of all the great impressions that Dana does, think about, I mean, the George W. Bush, and think of, the Joe Biden. This is probably, even he says, it's not like my favorite.
Yeah. And Elon Musk has a lot of positive skill sets to be as successful as he is. I just don't know that he's the bastion of entertainment judgment.
Agreed. But there's a reason for that, and Dawn is correct. That it's
he's
because
very
of his,
blunt.
It's because of his Asperger's.
But I actually love that. I mean, how many people like don't tell the truth? I think Elon Musk is that person who tells you exactly what he's thinking.
I have a friend whose son is autistic, and he's older now. I absolutely love this guy because he will not. If you look horrible that day, if you're like if you're putting on some pounds, if you don't speak eloquently enough, this guy tells you right there, and I'm just like, I love that blunt nature. Yeah, I love that blunt nature.
So do I.
I had a boss who was on the.
They're
Asperger's.
special people, honestly.
But they're like brilliant people. But they're going to tell you.
Yep.
They're going to tell you down to the nitty gritty exactly what you need to do, their exact criticism. And you might, on one hand, if you're coachable, like, you know what I mean? If you've been on teams and you're a coachable person, you're going to love it.
Well, that's how I live. I tell people all the time straight up. I tell my wife, my daughters, like, I've got no filter. If you're offended, that's a you problem.
Yeah.
That's why, I mean, I'm the same way on the show. I say very unpopular things that the YouTube chat doesn't like. I'm not going to change it just to coddle your feelings. Elon Musk. I tell you, the only time I've ever laughed at Elon Musk is when he did this.
Go yourself.
And when he was jumping around on stage in Butler.
When he was, I'll never forget. And I think I fell in love with him in Butler. Return, and he was like, "I'm Dark MAGA," and he was like so adorable. I thought he was very real. You can't fake that. Authentic.
So
he was fantastic.
When he was jumping up and down. Like, that reminded me of the Mike Myers SNL skit, Simon.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. When he's
with Nicole Kidman,
chained to the
playground,
the playground set. Amazing. Simon. Simon was in a bath or something.
No, that's right. Different skit.
Yeah.
Simon was in the bathtub with Danny DeVito.
Yep.
And now Danny DeVito's pimping hoagies. All right.
By the way, Jersey Mike sold for like $8 billion. Did you see that?
Yes.
It's amazing.
And the guy who started it, they start out with saying, back to an earlier conversation about starting it as a teenager.
Work ethic.
Just working those
Amazing.
80-hour work weeks.
Jersey Mike's can sell for more than MSNBC. What a time to be alive. All right, we'll come back and get to a big three from Dawn Stensland. And then Variety says, don't you dare blame Kamala, but don't you also dare blame the entertainers out there that risked their careers for her. They say we need more celebrity endorsements in politics. I disagree. We'll explain coming up. Kayal and Company, fourth and final hour is next.
It's that time of year. What a crock when I crack out my crock pot. Life has been so hectic, especially before the election, during the election, then all of the aftermath of dealing with everything. What a busy time of year. Now you're getting into the holidays, maybe shopping, and you need a break. That's where whatacrock.com just rescues me. I am serious, and you know this, because I love to make delicious from scratch meals for my family every single day. Whatacrock.com's delicious, easy to prepare meals make it so simple. I just put one of their meals into my slow cooker in the morning, go about my day, and when we come home in the evening, one of my kids will say, "Mom, what smells so good?" Well, it's dinner. It's What a Crock. And unlike most meal kit companies, and this is important, there is no prep required at all. Trust me on this. And it makes cleanup so quick and easy. It's as simple as just dropping that meal into your slow cooker and dinner is handled. For me, I do love, they have pasta dishes. I always talk about those chicken parm meatballs. They're like homemade, but there's a surprise of that Parmesan. And Parmesan cheese is high protein but low calories. They are the most delicious meatballs I've ever had. And they pack in the penne pasta and everything with it. Or maybe it's the pulled pork. Oh, and they also have great appetizers. So if you're bringing an appetizer for the, holiday gathering or for upcoming football or sports events, they have some great apps you want to try too. There's no subscription or commitment required. You can do a subscription, but you don't have to. So you can order what you want when you want. What a Crock meals also make for excellent gifts. Holiday season, college kids. Make sure you use promo code WPHT at checkout. Get $10 off your first order. Whatacrock.com. Code WPHT, $10 off your first order. What a Crock, dinner made easy. Order now, whatacrock.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Hey, it's Nick Kayal, and nothing delivers comfort and joy quite like the unrivaled quality and taste of Omaha Steaks. This year, skip the holiday hustle and bustle and save 50% off site-wide during their cyber sale at omahasteaks.com. Plus, get a $30 reward card when you shop early and score an extra $30 off with promo code NICK. With 5 generations of experience, Omaha Steaks consistently delivers the world's best steak experience, and their gifting experts have made it easy to deliver the perfect gift with thoughtfully curated gift packages starting at $89.99. From legendary steaks to mouth-watering desserts and more, save 50% off site-wide during the cyber sale at omahasteaks.com. Plus, our listeners get an extra $30 off with promo code NICK and a $30 reward card when you shop early. That's 50% off at omahasteaks.com, OMAHA steaks.com, and an extra $30 off with promo code NICK. Minimum purchase may apply.
You may have heard, Wawa has pizza. And right now, Wawa has pizza at a really great price.
Wawa has personal pizza for a night of gaming.
And it's only $6.
Wawa has pizza for when we don't want to cook.
And a 14-inch is $8.
Wawa has pizza for after practice.
A 16-inch to feed the team, $10. Right now, get a personal 14 or 16-inch Wawa pizza for just $6, $8, or $10. Wawa has pizza for all at a really great price.
The Legacy Box Black Friday event starts now. Radio listeners can enjoy reliving their meaningful memories for an insane 65% off.
Legacy Box is the best gift for you or a family member. And during our Black Friday event, there's never been a better time to preserve your past. Legacy Box start at only $27, with savings of over $400 when you digitize your whole collection.
Legacy Box is simple and safe. We digitize everything by hand here in the USA. You'll get your originals back, plus digital copies that protect your tapes, film reels, and photos from floods, mold, even the decay of time.
Make the holidays special and shop our best deal of the year. Visit LegacyBox.com to shop our Black Friday event and take an unreal 65% off. With limited quantities ready to ship, this deal will go fast.
The Legacy Box Black Friday event starts now. Buy your Legacy Box today and send in when you're ready. That's LegacyBox.com/value to take 65% off. LegacyBox.com/value.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
We know you're uncertain about psychics. Is this fortune teller you found on a forum legit?
Your one true love is...
me! That's why California Psychics reject 98% of the psychics who apply to work with us. We guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. New customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. So experience the joy of certainty at CaliforniaPsychics.com.
Woohoo! Another girls' night out. I'm so stressed from shopping, I couldn't find anything. Have you tried shopping jewelry television, JTV? I don't know. Everyone in my family is so different. JTV has thousands of jewelry styles. Artisan, diamonds, pearls, colored gemstones, watches, even gift sets. I shop on TV and online.
New JTV customers save up to $40 when you shop jtv.com/radio.
Now, can you relax? Yes. Another round? Yes.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-511-3535. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-511-3535. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-511-3535. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-511-3535. 800-511-3535 or biglou.com.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Download the free Upside app and earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code RADIO for an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first fill-up. That's promo code RADIO.
Wawa's Hot Turkey is back, and it's bringing the comforting flavors of the season with it. Sink into savory stuffing, cozy up with sweet cranberry sauce, and relax into some warm, buttery mashed potatoes. Grab your pillows and blankets because Hot Turkey is back. Plus, get your cozy cravings satisfied from the comfort of your bed with $0 delivery when you order on the Wawa app. Try the Wawa Gobbler today in a hoagie or bowl for a limited time. Gotta have a Wawa.
Free speech lives here with Don Stensland, 10 till noon on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
.905 Kayal and Company, fourth and final hour here on this Monday morning, November 25th. Nick, Dawn, and Greg, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch the show live on YouTube, youtube.com/@1210 WPHT. Hit the like and subscribe buttons. Coming up in about 15 minutes, our morning mystery movie clip. Also, what's on the cut sheet, part 2, maybe a voicemail or two, today in music history, and what is on tap for the Dawn Show. And then also putting a bow on this whole celebrity and entertainer endorsement concept in politics. Kind of an interesting column that was written by Variety that I want to talk about for a couple of minutes. And we'll do that before we get to our movie clip coming up at 9:20. But before all of that, let's get caught up in the world of news. Been a couple of hours. It's time for a Big 3 at 9.
It's the Big 3 at 9 on Kayal and Company.
There's proof that it takes persistence to protect the vote. So I want to update you on a big story as we are sponsored in the Big 3, sponsored by Joseph Anthony Retreat Spa and Salon. So when I talk about proof that it takes persistence to protect the vote, I'm referring to this update on those badges that many of you wrote about on social media. You were calling here into Talk Radio 1210 WPHT to complain about this or to report it, and reporting it to many different sites such as protectthevote.com. Those were those badges worn on Election Day by workers where, inside a polling place on an election day, you're supposed to have people who are not in any way campaigning. And so those they look like an official ID badge.
Yeah, I remember
this?
They were blue and they had 2 words on it, right?
PA Dems voter protection paid for by the Democratic Party.
Yep. We saw them in Bucks County, and not just on the
Across
inside.
Pennsylvania.
Yes, we saw them outside. Remember, we played the video of the lady in the purple that was outside on the sidewalk where they were trying to draw the line to be cut off for the day. Remember her? She had it was like a lanyard. Yeah, it was really cheaply done.
So in this one, I'm updating it because back in, getting an update from election integrity, and RNC attorney Linda Kearns has been battling this in the courts. So on Election Day, they went to court and they did get what they called a bad ruling or bad order from a judge in Philadelphia that allowed these badges, and they really felt that this was not proper. And you may recall that many of you here at Talk Radio 1210 WPHT continued through the day saying this is just not right. We've never seen anything like this, that it says paid for by the Democratic Party for voter protection, that sort of thing. It was not appropriate. So in this one, going to the appeals court, and it looks like they have a real victory here. So they just received the Commonwealth Court opinion. This was on Friday, the 22nd. Later in the day, they reversed the trial court judge from Philadelphia and feel that this is a huge victory for election integrity. And thanks to all of you calling in and reporting this, it means that the Democrats can never again use these badges in future elections. And Linda Kearns had told me this was a huge win for election integrity.
Good for her, and good for people that keep like you said, the key word is persistence, right?
Yeah, persistence, because obviously, think about how long, it's Thanksgiving week, and they're still going through and fighting some of these cases just to preserve the future for people. But it was such a grassroots effort, I feel, with citizens on social media calling into us, right? And I think that's good for everybody.
I think everybody can accept losing an election if everything is done efficiently and on the up and up, right?
Yeah, well put.
You accept the results. Okay, we had a bad candidate, bad message. You had a great candidate, great message. But when you have these absurdities going on, by the way, I just wanted to point this out since we're talking about election integrity and voting. So 3 different, we'll call them jurisdictions. Yeah, I know these are not all jurisdictions, but India can count 640 million votes in one day. Argentina counted 99.9% of their 27 million ballots within 6 hours. Did you know that Lake County, California, 19 days removed from the election, has still only counted 60% of their ballots for the election? It's November 25th, and we've got counties in California, that haven't finished tabulating election results 3 weeks later.
Yeah, I believe it.
How is that possible? And you wonder why people want to speculate, assume, or declare certain things, right? Nations that can wrap up an election in one day, and California's got certain little municipalities that can't count ballots? Come on. You're going to send Linda Kearns out to California, too.
I know, right?
She'll clean that state up real quick.
Well, we reported this last week that obviously the recount had been halted, that that now incumbent Democrat Bob Casey, Pennsylvania's senator, following his concession to Republican Dave McCormick, the counties, even though some had not completed their share of the recount, most really had by all accounts. So it was almost done. That cost a little over $1 million, and we don't have the final cost, but $1.3 million probably where it'll settle. And just one more update real quick is that no charges have been reported amid those investigations by 5 Pennsylvania counties into suspicious voter registration forms. This is just another update. We had talked about it at the time, but those investigations started actually before Election Day into what, remember, this was described as hundreds of potentially fraudulent voter registration forms, which, by the way, were never processed. But remember, they had been dropped off right near the October 21st deadline.
Was that Luzerne County?
There were Lancaster County.
Lancaster.
That's Heather Adams, their DA. But there were a total of 5. It was I'm looking for my little counties here. Lancaster. Eek, I had it too. I'm sorry.
Montgomery had issues too, right?
But in this one, they weren't necessarily, I don't see Philadelphia. It was Lancaster, Berks, Lehigh, Monroe, and York.
Yep. I knew there was L's in there.
Yeah. So Berks, Lancaster, Lehigh, Monroe, York.
A lot of L's.
So I just want you to know I'm always trying to follow up on all these things and kind of tie up those loose ends. So we'll continue to follow that. They had reported they were suspicious, and they're still investigating. They haven't wrapped up their investigation. We just want to give that to you. Number 2, we haven't talked about this morning because there's so much developing, but a real legend. We lost a real legend.
I saw this.
Chuck Woolery.
83. Yeah. What, late Saturday into Sunday morning, I
died
think?
over the weekend.
The original host of
Wheel of Fortune.
Yeah.
Has died at the age of 83.
Oh.
And that was, before Vanna, before Pat,
Yeah,
right?
Pat Sajak.
And he also had hosted just, different shows, not just game show hosting, that he was iconic. And at a time, he was internationally recognized. But Love Connection, right? There was another dating show called Love Connection.
Yes.
And so I know our friend Mike Opelka, another PHT host, Mike had put out that he knew him, put a picture of them.
Oh, did he really?
Together. And had said this guy was a great guy and never really gave his politics until more recent years, right? That he was a libertarian or conservative.
Okay. Yeah, Wheel of Fortune from 75 to 81. Love Connection from 83 to 94. And then Greed, I don't remember that, it was only 1 year on Fox, and Lingo on the Game Show Network for 5 years.
So Chuck Woolery, 83 years young.
We need to make game show hosts great again. I still contend Zioli would be a great game show host.
Oh my gosh.
There is no doubt in my mind that is right in his wheelhouse.
And number 3 for our big 3, I'll take you to, I'll say Thanksgiving Day travel. Gas prices up slightly, but airports are expecting huge crowds. And I know Greg's going to say, we say this every year, every holiday.
Have you guys ever traveled like beyond just driving like 40 minutes to somebody's house for Thanksgiving? Like, have you flown for Thanksgiving?
Sure, but not this year, but sure.
Yep,
yeah,
I definitely have.
I never have.
It's a nightmare.
It is. Yeah, it absolutely is.
Ugh.
We did. We did New Hampshire for a few years too. We had friends that lived up there.
Oh wow!
But yeah.
What's that like? Cold?
Yeah, one year it was like we went up there in the middle of a blizzard.
For Thanksgiving?
Yep.
Oh,
yep.
Well, speaking of blizzard, we do have, one of the headlines was that they're going to have some strikes of workers, rain and snow, posing challenges during what's expected to be record Thanksgiving travel this week. 80 million people set to take the roads, railways, skies, even cruise ships this week, and each trip making more than 50 miles from home. But
Wow.
in this one, remember, for us, it's going to rain.
Yeah.
It's going to be kind of raw and rainy, but for some parts of the country, snow. So we do have precipitation.
Yeah, we were going to take the girls to the Thanksgiving Day parade, and then my wife gave us the update yesterday. Yeah, it's supposed to rain, so we're not going to sit out in that. I'm like, yeah, you're damn right, we're not. We'll watch Easton Peaburg instead.
So yeah, you could. Well, the 6ABC, the famous parade.
Yeah,
for Thanksgiving.
Yeah, we wanted to take our girls for the first time because my wife and I went to it 20 years ago, and we wanted to take them for the first time.
Oh God, why?
Because I had to, because she went to like all these, all the Thanksgiving football games with me, so I was like, all right, I'll return the favor one time.
Well,
I hate parades with a passion.
It's going to be warm. It's going to be 61 degrees, even though it's going to be rainy.
They're into dance, right? So
yeah.
So maybe one day they'll be in said parades.
Or no,
if
51.
Not, they're gonna pay their dance tab on their own.
Here's the
I'm
thing.
doing this for the goodness of my heart.
You know what? It's a great because your girls are dancers. David was in Keystone State
Not
Voice
strippers,
Choir.
just dancers.
No.
Good dancing.
Yeah.
But they have dance groups, and you can apply. So David was in the parade for a couple times.
Was he really?
For the choir? Yeah, and it's amazing. I would highly recommend it. You get your girls for their dance studio.
Yeah.
You can apply for their dance. It's a great experience for them.
She's my daughter
So
Olivia.
neat.
She's speaking of that. She's Mia's in the choir now, and Olivia is taking up the violin. So I've got 15-minute violin sessions in my living room every day.
Oh, great!
I want to stick
Nick
my
is
head
trying to
into
take his nap, and it's
yeah. Or I'm getting ready to watch a football game on some Sunday Night Football, and I hear. It sounds like By the way, the violin, you get the chalk too. It's like queuing up the pool stick, right? You gotta. That's a mess. The whole bit.
I love it. Well, our forecast 43 degrees right now. The high today 60 degrees, 61 tomorrow. Thanksgiving Day, it's actually 51 degrees. We hope, and rainy. So kind of a cold. It's unfortunate. The weekend though. I don't see precipitation for our forecast. Friday, 46 and sunny. Saturday 40 and sunny.
When everybody should be out putting up their Christmas decorations and getting their trees or putting up their trees. So,
remember, I'm telling you, today's the day.
Yeah, don't. No.
Just don't light them up. Put them up.
Okay.
And then don't light them up.
Okay, fine.
But
the problem is that nobody we've come into this world now where it's not just lights. People have 900 inflatable things on their front yard that are bigger than their houses sometimes.
I just want to drive by with a machine gun and take all the inflatables out.
When did it become acceptable for all of these?
Turn your yard into Disneyland.
It's not just like like a snowman or Santa Claus. It's like Chevy Chase from National Lampoon's Vacation. What are we doing? What are we doing with this? Stop.
One last little caveat. Here's well, not even a caveat, a question. So if you have your Christmas lights up, okay. So what is the latest that you're allowed to keep the Christmas lights up for post-holiday without ever putting them back on again in the new year? Like they just like the icicle ones that just dangle from your roof. Can you leave those up for like 3 months as long as you don't turn them on?
Absolutely. Because by the time you want to take them down, it's freezing cold. So like if you want to wait till the spring or like a nice weekend to take them down, I'm fine with that. As long as you don't light them up.
Okay.
That's the rule. Greg Stocker.
Thank you.
That's
and
right.
Stop with the inflatable things. One inflatable thing, okay. But like stop disgusting up our country if you don't want to be here.
Greg Stocker, your overlord.
You go into like Home Depot and Lowe's, and it's shelves and shelves and shelves of just inflatable things.
Lowe's. Let's build something together.
Inflatable minions and inflatable Grinches, and it's just like
inflatable minions.
My lord! Whatever happened? Just a few icicle lights, maybe a wreath.
You know what, Greg? You know what you need?
What?
You need a little.
So Joseph Anthony?
Little Joseph Anthony.
I do.
Retreat spa salon.
I need a vacation.
Where
Good
brand
God.
managers go for comfort. The secret to finishing your holiday shopping.
We had a dragon up. I mean, what the hell does a dragon have to do with Christmas?
Where brand managers go for comfort. I thought that was the unemployment line.
Joseph Anthony, take me away.
Take him away. The secret to finishing your holiday shopping with 3 locations, Glen Mills, Springfield, Center City at the Lowe's Hotel. Visit in person or online, josephanthony.com, where gift cards are always available. That's josephanthony.com. Thank you for being our sponsor.
Thank you very much, Dawn. Hey, look, in 9 o'clock hour, everything comes full circle on this show from where we started. So if you missed the 6 o'clock or the 9 o'clock hour, Greg has basically said he's had it with your decorations.
Stop it! Just stop it! I like decorations. I'm a big Christmas lights guy. I like, we take our son around to see them.
I like big Christmas.
But
I like big lights and I cannot lie.
But the people have 15 inflatable things in their front lawn where it looks like, and then like when they're not blown up, they're like deflated, and it looks like a crime scene.
Yeah, you get one
like
night
dead
of
bodies
wind,
everywhere.
like one night of wind and rain,
Oh,
and then
God.
the whole display's been just destroyed. Oh, jeez. All right, we will come back, get to our morning mystery movie clip, the cut sheet part 2, your voicemails, today in music history.
I am Scrooge, I know.
The comments coming in?
I'm not Scrooge. I love Christmas. I absolutely love Christmas.
Folks, trust me, he's happy.
It's one of my favorite times of year. It's funny to me, all of these, people with these inflatable things everywhere.
Yeah. He's happy, folks. There's not many brand managers that are more happy with their current production right now than that guy is.
That's true.
He should be very grateful.
Yeah, thank you.
Back after this, Kayal Company, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And my friends at Piazza Premium Automobiles, they're featuring the latest luxury vehicles from today's top brands like Mercedes-Benz, Jaguar, Land Rover, BMW, Porsche, Alfa Romeo, Maserati, and more. These models have such sleek new designs as well as innovative features powered by the very latest in technology. And right now, Piazza has thousands of new and certified pre-owned vehicles available right now across Pennsylvania, Delaware, and New Jersey across their dealerships. Piazza Premium Automobiles stands out. Visit them. PiazzaPremiumAutos.com, Piazza, PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
For some jobs around the house, it's okay to do it yourself. For others, not so much. Like your water heater. Replacing a water heater should only be done by a plumbing professional who can provide a safe installation for you and your family. For a long-lasting, reliable water heater, ask your pro about Bradford White. How you heat your water matters, and Bradford White water heaters are built to be the best for years of dependable service. To learn more and find an installation pro near you, visit BradfordWhite.com.
Attention Black Friday shoppers. TurnersvilleJeep.com is celebrating Black Friday deals all month long. Wranglers, Grand Cherokees, Compasses, and Ram trucks as low as $349 per month with zero down. Example 2024 Jeep Compass. VIN number RT156841. 4-cylinder auto PSPB AC. MSRP $35,935. Close-in lease. Payments of $349 a month for 42 months with $349 due at inception. Total payment $14,658. 7,500 miles per year. Residual value $17,967. Tier 1 credit through Stellantis Financial. Includes $4,250 in rebates. Includes all fees except tax, title, registration, and $599 doc fee. Offer not valid with trade-in. Offer subject to credit approval by third party. Ends 11/30/2024.
Stirring fiber, exercising, frequent trips to the store for more laxatives and fiber. Sounds like your constipation with belly pain is a lot to manage. But if your symptoms that keep coming back are signs of irritable bowel syndrome with constipation or IBS-C, ask your doctor how Linzess can help you get ahead of it. Linzess linaclotide is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
In a world filled with financial information, Citizens can help you make sense of it. So whether you're signing up or hitting snooze on some financial newsletters, scrolling through your socials that all seem to be saying the same thing, or getting together with your neighbors at a cookout to game plan college funds, you're ready to make the most of it. Make sense of your money with Citizens. Learn more at citizensbank.com/made-ready.
Hey man, come here. You're not gonna believe it. I picked up this beautiful model. She's down here.
A model?
Yep, got her from the train store.
In your basement?
See?
Oh, model train.
Whew. Yeah, what'd you think I was talking about?
Nicholas Smith Trains. Become the conductor with any model you can imagine, from classics to new releases and holiday-themed engines. Don't forget to visit Nicholas Smith Trains and Toys this holiday season. NicholasSmithTrains.com.
Do you have a property that you no longer want? Maybe you inherited the property. Maybe you're underwater in the property. Or maybe you're just a tired landlord, tired of dealing with tenants. Listen, I can buy those properties and I'll buy those properties fast. I can close in 2 weeks. I buy properties cash. My name is Larry Steinhaus. Give me a call at 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I will personally answer the call. You can also visit easyOutRealEstate.com. Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus from Investor Schooling. Did you know I have a radio show every Saturday from 1 to 3? It's called The Larry Steinhaus Show, and it's sponsored by Investor Schooling. On this show, you will learn things about finances and things about money that you never knew before. But even more of a reason to listen to this show is how much fun we have. If you haven't heard the banter between me, Omri, and Dr. Deb, you haven't heard the greatest show on earth. Listen to this show this Saturday at 1 o'clock right here on WPHT, and I promise you will learn something.
Calling on Blackwood to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
I shot the sheriff, but I did not shoot the deputy. I shot the sheriff, but I didn't shoot the deputy.
It's Kayal and Company, 927, Monday morning. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT, Cut Sheet Part 2 coming up in a matter of moments. Your voicemails today in music history. What is on tap for the Dawn Show? A very fitting song to come back with on a multitude of fronts today. We had a ATM automobile theft that resulted in a shooting. Dawn gave you that in the news. Stalker wants to shoot you if you put up decorations.
Oh, that's
too
not
soon.
Come on.
Well, maybe
It's
not
a
the
joke.
sheriff, but
it's a joke. Everybody, like Tom on the YouTube chat said he hates him, but he does it for his kids. I completely agree. My son absolutely loves them. Like we actually make trips to people's houses that have them up there.
You gotta get along with Gardens.
I just said I personally don't like them. It's a radio show. People, calm down.
Lighten up.
Lighten up. Thank you.
All right, 9:28. It's time to give away another prize. We do that via our morning mystery movie clip.
And now, the Morning Mystery Movie Clip on Kayal and Company. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Can't you answer straight just once?
You're too clever for me. I can't keep up.
You don't approve of me, do you?
Disapproval is a luxury I can't afford.
Oh, gets in the way, right? Don't like your emotions getting to you? Never mix business with pleasure.
That's right.
Will you grab that jacket for me, the red one, please?
I'm here to keep you alive, not help you shop.
Think you know what it is? Be caller 12 at 855-839-1210, and you could win this great prize.
Oh, how about this? A pair of tickets to see the Big 5 Classic at the Wells Fargo Center in Philadelphia, coming up on Saturday, December 7th. Each of the city's Division I basketball teams battling for bragging rights in a one-day triple header where one school will be crowned champion. Tickets on sale at big5classic.com. Best of luck. Caller 12, 855-839-1210. Caller 12, 855-839-1210. Little Big 5 action. My alma mater, Temple University, amongst others. St. Joe's, LaSalle, Drexel. There you go. Best of luck. Caller 12, 855-839-1210. I was running for president, or maybe one day when I run for mayor, I'm going to make the Big 5 great again.
Make it great again.
That's going to be my campaign message.
Yep.
It'll get me about 22% of the vote, and I'll lose to the Democrat like every other Republican does, and then I'll just try to find a gig on network television. All right, 9:29. Let's find out what Stalker has left over for What's on the Cut Sheet Part 2.
What's on the cut sheet?
Part 2. We started out the 6 o'clock hour, Nick, talking about this Axios article about Trump's liberal cabinet, I believe it's what it's called, right?
That is correct.
Jim Vandehei, is he the one who wrote it?
Jim and Mike, what's the other cat?
Yeah, Mike
Allen.
Mike Allen. He was on Morning Joe this morning saying that the GOP is, quote, not a conservative party anymore. I want to get both of your takes on this. Cut 21, go.
And Jim Vandehei, Axios wrote a similar, you and Mike Allen wrote a similar article this past weekend talking about how it is hard to see a through line with a lot of these picks. Some of them very, very right wing. The labor secretary, left of center, and most conservatives would say very left wing. Then you've got RFK Jr. that is just all over the place ideologically, and several other picks that are, just sort of random and all over the place.
Because it's a very different Republican Party. It's not a conservative party anymore. It is, as you said, the Donald Trump party. He sees a real, I think, opportunity to continue to grow the party. A big part of that is working class voters. Whether or not he agrees with everybody on the specifics of the union debate, he went with somebody who traditional conservatives would hate. This person would never make it into a George W. Bush cabinet per se, but under a Trump world, they will. And he doesn't care if people don't like any of these picks. He doesn't care if you don't like their personality, their background. I think he, unlike most people, enjoys conflict. In fact, I think he often incites conflict. He loves it to play out in front of him, so he can ultimately be the decider. It keeps him being unpredictable, which he likes, and he thinks that gives him a stronger governing hand. And so there'll be all kinds of conflict. There will be both publicly and privately. That is kind of the nature of the Trump operation.
So, I think
So, I mean, I agree with the back end of that, of Trump, keeping people on their toes, and he doesn't care what you think, which I totally agree with. I mean, there's still a big conservative element to it. Like I said, multiple times today and last week, I think it's like a third conservative, a third populist.
It's not a conservative party anymore. It's a populist party.
I totally disagree.
It's a populist party.
He packed the Supreme Court with conservative justices to overturn Roe v. Wade for pro-lifers. That's the peak definition of conservatism.
You're saying it's a populist party?
Yes.
It's absolutely a populist party.
Well, it's a popular conservative party.
No, a populist.
Popular.
America First populist. Yeah. That's what Trump is, because Trump's not a conservative.
Well, I think that, okay, define what is. I think that he is a conservative fiscally, and when it comes to security and what that means to our nation, what it means to be fiscally responsible, I think that they do want to look at spending, and that's what that's what I tell you, government and the bureaucrats fear most, is this idea that they're going to go in and make government work for us and be more efficient instead of raising our taxes. That is a fundamental of conservatives to be fiscally conservative.
Sure, which I am. I'm fiscally conservative, which is why I blew a gasket on the NIH, spending $3.5 million of tax dollars for gay Malaysian drug-fueled sex apps. Like, what are we doing here with our money?
It's not the same. It's
not right.
It's not the same conservative party.
No, it's not the Bush, McCain, Romney era. It's not that
no,
old.
I mean, but nothing's the same, Greg. I will say this. Yes, the parties have evolved. And when you look at the Democrat Party was basically hijacked by far left progressive. I'm talking about nationally, not locally here in Philadelphia, but nationally, they were hijacked by far left progressives. And I think that this was a referendum on that.
I would say it's a third conservative, a third America First populist, and a third disenfranchised Democrats. But I would throw into that third disenfranchised Democrats. I would throw in independents. I would throw in the centrists. Anybody from center to left of center. But that's the amazing thing about this election is Trump was able to expand his base in so many different components and factors and factions. Yet the Democrats were the ones talking about, equity and diversity and inclusion. But in reality, America rejected it because America rejected the fact that you're trying to tell us all this radical fringe left-wing stuff that has a single digit of a percentage in their community, in their population, and they don't resonate with the working class. I think that's what Mike or Jim was saying there at the end of that clip. Trump resonates with the working class, which includes conservatives, includes centrists, includes classic liberals. I mean, nobody's going to sit there and look at Tulsi Gabbard, Elon Musk, Bobby Kennedy as any champion for conservative causes. They're all left of center.
But this is so Trump, I think someday, much like Reagan defined the Republican Party, and how many times have people called in and said, hey, I was a Democrat until Reagan, now I'm a Reagan Democrat, meaning you're voting Republican. I think someday that's what we'll talk about with Trump, that he revolutionized and became more inclusive with regard to the Republican Party, the conservatives, that they're just more inclusive, and that's why he calls himself a common sense conservative.
I totally agree with that. 855-839-1210. We've got our winner on the line for the movie clip and the Big Five tickets, Ken in Percy. Ken, good morning. What movie clip did we just play for you?
Hey, guys. Good morning and happy Thanksgiving. And
you too.
Played The Bodyguard.
Yeah, The Bodyguard.
Yes. Congratulations, Ken. Enjoy your Thanksgiving and enjoy those tickets coming up on December 7th.
Appreciate it. Have a good one.
You got it. Ken in Percy. There we go. I wonder how Percy voted for this past election. We should go through those little suburbs and towns again.
I can tell you.
Yeah. We'll get that answer on the other side.
I have that answer, and I will get it to you on the other side.
There you go. All right, Kayal and Company. We'll come back. Voicemails, music history, what's on tap for the Dawn Show as we continue on a Monday morning, Thanksgiving week, on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And you may have heard I've fallen in love again with Italia. And now I know why. Italy is the most revisited country in the entire world. I hope you join me next spring on the Italian Riviera And yes, Lorenzo and Romina, they'll be back with us. And once again, Conservative Tours has crafted an itinerary that is sure to enchant all of us. Tuscany, the Riviera, the northern Italian lakes region, Cinque Terre, and dining events you'll write home about. 5378, yes, 5378 includes your airfare, Pisa, Michelangelo's Florence, and the fashion capital of Milan. Toll free, you got to call 888-733-9494, or you can just go to conservativetours.com. Scroll down, and you'll see my picture, name, WPHT, the itinerary, including the luxurious hotels that we'll stay at, a Mercedes coach, and a tour leader who is absolutely the best. And you know I mean it if you were on our last trip. That is Conservative Tours in Italy. A-plus rating with the Better Business Bureau. Charming Siena, home to Il Palio, the medieval Manhattan, San Gimignano, Modena, Lake Como, Vernazza. I want you to join me next spring in Italy. I can't wait. I'll see you in Portofino. ConservativeTours.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
At the Acura Season of Performance event, every car is ready to match the energy of winter. Own the mountain roads with available super handling all-wheel drive in the TLX, RDX, and MDX. And power through the storm with the all-electric ZDX's flexible charging packages. Own the energy of the season at the Acura Season of Performance event going on now. Acura, precision crafted performance.
Visit Piazza Acura in Ardmore, Reading, or Westchester today.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
So many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. And each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Thanksgiving is a time to surround ourselves with loved ones and give thanks for the blessings that are bestowed upon us. As Thanksgiving kicks off the holiday season, crash-proof consumers can enjoy celebrating with family without any financial worry.
Chelsea White, and I've been with Crash Proof since 2018. We are very, very thankful, especially at this time of year with Thanksgiving. We are so thankful that we can be reassured that our money is secure and that Crash Proof is really looking out for us.
Terry Robinson, Westchester, Pennsylvania. Being Thanksgiving week, I want to extend a real thanks to Crash Proof Retirement. We've earned money. We haven't lost any of our assets. We're very grateful.
Anthony Torelli, Clifton Heights, Pennsylvania. This Thanksgiving, I'm thankful that I made the move to Crash Proof Retirement. We got double-digit returns. We're not going to lose anything. We can continue on this pathway to success with Crash Proof Retirement.
Happy Thanksgiving from all of us here at Crash Proof Retirement.
Move over, turkey. Put pork on your fork. Whether you're hosting a big family gathering or an intimate meal, Hatfield bacon, ham, marinated tenderloins, ground pork, and sausage will add a touch of warmth and flavor to your holiday table. This Thanksgiving, make your meal a savory celebration with Hatfield pork. Visit simplyhatfield.com for recipes and retail partners near you. Find your holiday flavor with Hatfield.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. One of the biggest, healthiest sales of the year is back again. Rescue Natural Supplements Black Friday sale is here. Right now, Rescue is slashing prices on every supplement with discounts up to an incredible 80% off. Rescue has a wide variety of products to address your health needs, including immunity and cholesterol support, heart health, and natural energy enhancers. Grab huge savings on omega-3s, probiotics, and a lot more. And one more thing, this Rescue Black Friday sale will run the entire month of November. So shop today at res-q.com, res-q.com, or call a Rescue product consultant at 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Again, all Rescue supplements are up to 80% off during the entire month of November, so why wait? Shop massive savings on essential supplements right now at res-q.com. Do it today.
See Joe Conklin at Parks Casino with the world-renowned City Rhythm Orchestra for a special Conklin's Comedy Night Christmas show. Thursday nights, December 5th and 19th.
'Twas the night before Christmas, and all through the house there were no presents for Jerry Jones, 'cause he's such a louse.
It's Conklin's Comedy Night Christmas Show with City Rhythm at Parks Casino, December 5th and 19th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
Got a shopping list a mile long but need to charge your EV? No problem. Now you can fill up your cart and your battery at the same time. With a convenient network of Shell recharge stations at some of your favorite shopping spots, you can get everything done in one trip. Shop for groceries, clothes, and more while your EV charges up. And never miss a beat. Shell Recharge. Download the Shell app today to find the nearest Shell Recharge location. For more information on locations and how Shell measures reliability, visit shell.us/Shell Recharge.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/rain to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/rain. That's leaffilter.com/rain.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business, with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
In a world filled with financial information, Citizens can help you make sense of it. So whether you're listening to that new financial podcast that's hotter than your morning coffee, flipping through that financial guru's 1,000-page book on simple finances, or getting tips from a coworker that actually sound kind of interesting, you're ready to make the most of it. Make sense of your money with Citizens. Learn more at citizensbank.com/made-ready.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. Let me tell you about my buddy, Dr. Mike Veneria, the dental implant master. Implant dentistry is an art form, and as one of South Jersey's top implant dentists, Dr. Mike gives you the self-confidence boost you deserve. Schedule your free implant consultation today. Dr. Veneria's office exceeds CDC guidelines and has always maintained the strictest infection control with centralized UV sterilization of airflow to ensure your safety. Locations right over the bridge in Cinnaminson and Woodbury, 856-786-2020 or veneriadental.com.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet?
Not yet.
Do it today.
Okay.
At 1210 WPHT.
.45. It is Kayal and Company live Monday morning.
By the way, Nick, you asked
how
Percy voted in the 2024 election.
Sure.
I'm going to give you 2016 and 2020.
Okay.
And then you can tell me how 2024 went. 2016 was Trump 2,368, Clinton 1,935.
Okay.
2020 was Trump 2,630 to Biden 2,693.
Ooh.
So Trump won 16, Biden won 20. How do you think they went in 2024?
Trump by about the same margin as 8 years ago.
Trump won by
near record
74 votes.
Close. Yeah.
2,890 to 2,814.
Okay.
So what's that, like 60 some votes?
Yeah, that's close.
That's amazing, isn't it?
It is close, yeah.
So
But
that's
it was
how.
still near record in Bucks and in Pennsylvania.
Well, this is just Percy Borough.
Oh.
So so that would be what, like Percy, Souderton, What else? Little boroughs in that little section of Bucks.
I don't. I actually don't know.
Yeah. You go up 152, basically. Yeah.
By the way, since we're in housekeeping, the housekeeping portion of the program, join Dom Giordano today from noon to 3 at the Newtown Athletic Club for a live broadcast this afternoon. Scott Pressler will be there. Linda Kearns will be there. A lot of people will be there. So join them out there today, noon to 3, Newtown Athletic Club in Newtown, PA.
All right. Let's get to, are we going to do voicemails or are we going right to Phil?
Let's go right to Phil.
All right, let's go right to Phil. He's fresh off of a mental health cleansing bye week of the Jets.
Hang on. There we go. I wasn't sure if I had the, sorry, I'm playing Howard Jones. I didn't realize what I was doing there. All right, you ready?
Let's get to it.
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kayal and Company.
Today, November 25th. We celebrate the birthdays of Amy Grant, who's 64, and Tim Armstrong from Rancid, who's 59. Heavenly birthday shout-out to Percy Sledge. And we also lost Irene Cara on this day in 2022. Signature Too Late for Love by Def Leppard in 83. Wasted Time by Skid Row in 91. And Anticipation by Carly Simon in 71. Albums include Rock and Roll Gypsies by Saxon in 89. Pack at the Plantation Live by Tom Petty in 85. And Slow Hand by Eric Clapton in 1977. Also in 66, Jimi Hendrix made his UK live debut. In 76, the band played their final show. In 84, the single Do They Know It's Christmas is recorded. And in 92, The Bodyguard opened in theaters, thus launching the most overplayed song of all time, right up there with Macarena. And in 2010, a restaurant in Massachusetts fell victim to a prankster who had them make 178 pizzas by claiming they were for Bob Dylan and his crew who was performing locally. The restaurant was, quote, left stunned when no one came to collect the order. But lastly, last week, Howard Jones announced an upcoming show with the Keswick with ABC on February 28th, and I cannot recommend it enough since I saw them open for Daryl Hall on Saturday night at the Borgata. Oh, what a great show that was. Have I mentioned I like rock and roll shows? I'm Phil Almquist for Kayal and Company.
How about that?
Woo.
Jimmy Kelly, I need that like Phil Almquist sound effect that he made there.
Whitney.
Oh, my God.
This is The Bodyguard, right?
Yes.
So I'll go.
This is me, how he thinks of Elvis.
No, Whitney's, she's legendary.
I'm not disagreeing with her.
These pipes are
so tremendous, but the song is overplayed.
The way
Mustard.
and
I could have had it there.
You could have.
Slow to the trigger.
All right.
Yeah, man. 1995, you get a chick in the back seat with this on?
Dawn is tearing up. This was not 1995, but
I'm just saying for me, it was 1995.
I met Whitney.
Did you really?
Mm-hmm. Larry interviewed her for Access Hollywood before her tragic death.
Was she high?
Yes. No, she was not.
No.
She was lovely. I love her. I'm a huge fan.
Greatest rendition of the national anthem for a Super Bowl ever?
Yes.
Yes, by far.
No question, right?
No question.
Bills Giants, 91.
No question.
All right. Let's find out what is on tap for the Dawn Show, which is coming up at the top of the hour.
Yeah, and I think somebody just mentioned Elvis in there. So with that, Linda Kearns, the great Linda Kearns. We got to play some Elvis for Linda. We'll talk about all these updates and the court battles and everything that continues. We just don't want to keep this. We want to make sure that we shine a light on what's going on with Pennsylvania. Obviously, the key to the White House, but also upcoming municipal elections in a year. So we want to keep that front and center. So she'll join us right at 10 o'clock. We'll lead with Linda live and get the update on everything that's going on for you. And then there's so much going on. Well, at 10:30. I'll have a great interview with an expert talking about these seed oils and all the things we talk about with RFK Jr. We'll talk about some of the controversies with our food.
Yeah.
And then right at the top of the 11, attorney John Marco joining us talking about this. He represented a woman who won millions, a huge record settlement after she was forced by an employer to get with the COVID vaccines. Remember that with all the mandates?
Yep.
It's an incredible story.
Yep.
By the way, since you mentioned Percy, America's oldest tree lighting ceremony scheduled 5 to 8 p.m. Saturday, December 7th in Percy, and Santa will arrive to make a quick guest appearance.
Santa will make an appearance. Nice.
There we go.
I love it.
All right.
Beautiful. By the way, Dawn will be on YouTube, so make sure you stick on YouTube. And, yeah.
I'm getting ripped. Souderton's in Montgomery County?
Yes.
No way. Is it really?
Yeah, that line over there is a little...
I thought that was Bucks all day. Marcus Aurelius says Souderton is Monco.
Yeah, I don't know.
I'll be damned. I know nothing.
To be honest with you, I didn't know that either. I just
thought that was Bucks. My God.
Yeah.
All right.
Percy, I know, is Bucks.
Yes.
I know that is Bucks.
All right.
Souderton, though, I guess it could go either way.
Well, there you
Goes
go.
both ways.
There you go. All right. That'll do it for us. It's a trans county. It identifies as whatever it wants.
So bad.
Oh, man, I'm going to.
Dawn at 10 a.m. will bring up the level of this radio station, so thank you.
Thank you.
Souderton is 100% in Montgomery County.
100%.
Why am I
I don't think part of
visualizing
it's
it?
Bucks.
Wow. All right. Yeah. I'm just totally rocked.
His mind's blown.
I'm going to have to think about this during my nap. All right, everybody, have a great rest of your Monday. Stay tuned. The Dawn Show is next. We'll be back tomorrow morning at 6 a.m.
Good night, everybody.
You may have heard, Wawa has pizza. And right now, Wawa has pizza at a really great price.
Wawa has personal pizza for a night of gaming.
And it's only $6.
Wawa has pizza for when we don't want to cook.
And a 14-inch is $8.
Wawa has pizza for after practice.
A 16-inch to feed the team, $10. Right now, get a personal 14 or 16-inch Wawa pizza for just $6, $8, or $10. Wawa has pizza for all at a really great price.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, board-certified urologist and senior vice president of men's sexual health at HIMSS. In my 12 years of practice as a reproductive urologist, I've helped many guys with ED, and it has never been more convenient to treat than it is right now, thanks to HIMSS.